singing of O Canada, led by the honourable member for Vancouver Centre. Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. State order. Alors.
Order.
Statements by members. Déclaration de députés.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the team of Saint-Lefort in Sainte-Clotilde for the announcement of an investment of $27 million, which will create 60 jobs and which will make that company the largest producer of organic greenhouse vegetables in North America. Châteauguay-Lacolle is already Quebec's #1 producing region for the market industry, and now the standards are even higher. The company obtained an investment of $5 million from the FTQ fund, a loan of $7.5 million, and a loan guarantee of $11.9 million from the Quebec government. The Saint-Lefort also received an award during the 4th Gala of the Agri-Stars in Montérégie for having hired a human resource advisor who developed working tools to facilitate the search for information and improve the management of the labor force. Thank you.
Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, on April 4th, voters in Saskatchewan spoke loud and clear. They elected a provincial government that supports resource development, that speaks with pride about Saskatchewan's and Canada's oil and gas industry, and that recognizes that international trade is crucial for Saskatchewan's economic growth. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Saskatchewan Party and their leader, Premier Brad Wall, for garnering 62.6% support on their way to capturing a third straight majority government. And I would like to wish our Premier and the re-elected government all the best as they continue to provide strong leadership to our province over the next 4 years. The government and the people of Saskatchewan can count on our Conservative caucus to be a champion for the values they hold dear.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
I rise to celebrate the life of Tony Berry. Affectionately known as Mother Superior of the New Brunswick Liberal Party, Tony passed away on April 3rd at the age of 91. Tony joined the New Brunswick Liberal Association in 1954 and quickly became a party fixture. She spent nearly 70 years leading, organizing, and advising party activities, working closely with 6 prime ministers, 6 premiers, and 17 party leaders. Tony was fiercely committed to increasing women's representation in politics. The Tony Berry Fund assists women seeking election, and party headquarters in Fredericton is known as Tony Berry House. An accomplished athlete as well, she entered the New Brunswick Softball Hall of Fame in 2013. Her passion and dedication to community are surpassed only by the love and care she offered to family and friends. We extend our thoughts to Kathy, Judy, Mike, Rick, and her entire family. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the Day of Pink, a day to raise awareness about bullying and a day to stand up to call for an end to bullying. New Democrats wear pink today to stand collectively with the victims to say no to homophobia, transphobia, racism, sexism, classism, ableism, and all forms of discrimination that provide tools and targets for bullies. Bullying in all its forms has a detrimental impact not just on its victims, but on our society as a whole. We have all heard the stories and seen the statistics that show increasing rates of youth self-harm and suicide. Studies have concluded that bullying is not a behavior that bullies outgrow, but rather is a behavior that matures into more serious issues of harassment and abuse. Bullying can be stopped. It is not simply a part of growing up. We need to get to the root of the problem of bullying and work to put an end to the cycle of bullying. The New Democrat team is committed to taking action on the issue of bullying in Parliament, not only today, but every day, and doing so in ways that actually get results.
The honourable member from Mississauga-Straitsville.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the Harvest Festival of Vaisakhi, specifically the festival which celebrates the founding of the Sikh community, known as the Khalsa. The fundamental beliefs of Sikhism include faith and meditation, unity and equality of all humankind, engaging in selfless service, striving for social justice, and conducting oneself honestly. Mr. Speaker, I was also very happy to hear our Prime Minister announce that the Government of Canada will be apologizing for the Kamagata-Maru incident. So, Mr. Speaker, today I not only rise to celebrate Vaisakhi, but I rise to celebrate Canada, a country which the Sikh community has called home for over 100 years, a country in which the son of a Sikh immigrant can stand as an MP opposite a defense minister that wears a turban, a country in which the Prime Minister believes is strong not only in spite of our differences, but because of them.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I stand today to commemorate the Day of Remembrance for the victims of the Katyn massacres. The Katyn massacres took place in April of 1942 during the Soviet Union's continued occupation of Poland, when over 20,000 Polish officers were brutally murdered by the Soviet Red Army, while being held as prisoners of war under the full protection of the Geneva Conventions. As if these terrible crimes were not enough, the Soviet government attempted to place the blame on the Nazi regime, and only finally admitted their involvement in 1990. They have never issued an apology to the families and nation shocked and wounded by these terrible events that occurred in the Katyn forest near Smolensk. As a Polish immigrant to Canada, I know the horrific impact the Soviet Union's invasion and occupation had on Poland. The events of April 1942 are forever seared into the hearts and minds of the Polish people and those of Polish heritage. Today I stand in remembrance of the victims of Katyn and of the terrible crimes committed by the Soviet Union.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the 2595 Saint-Jean Cadet Corps is celebrating its 60th anniversary this year. It was founded in 1956, and over 3,000 young people between the ages of 12 and 18 have been part of it. 2595 has become the largest cadet corps in the Army in the Montérégie region. It is with great dedication that Major Latendresse and team allow some 120 cadets per year to broaden their knowledge of Canada and acquire skills that are essential to helping them lead a better life and affront with optimism the labour market. The commitment of those involved has given the opportunity to many young people from all backgrounds to be part of an environment that is stimulating, friendly, and safe. Thanks to its solid values, this institution encourages young people to surpass themselves.
Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, the Bayview Village Association in my riding of Don Valley North is celebrating 6 years of service. It has always punched above its weight. The association has worked tirelessly to preserve the village's sense of a community of service. And 50% of residents are members of the association. When they speak with one voice, all three levels of government listen. Members know that a community is not just a collection of houses. Since 1956, they have protected the villages of high quality of life. I congratulate the President, Tim Storrs, Judy Cott, John Kane, Jane Skigel, and all Bayview Village Association members for always putting community first. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, it is high time that the Liberals finally keep their promise and look after the Navy and the Coast Guard. According to an independent report secretly submitted to Transport Canada over 4 months ago, the fleet of the Coast Guard is aging, maintenance costs are exploding, and it is urgent to replace the oldest ships. Maritime traffic is increasing, whereas the icebreaker services in the Arctic are decreasing. Is there a problem with the interpretation? Can people hear? Is it working now? So I would ask the Honourable Member to recommence, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to remind you that it is high time that the Liberals look after the Royal Canadian Navy and the Coast Guard. Why? Because an independent report was secretly submitted to Transport Canada over 4 months ago, and apparently the fleet is aging. Maritime traffic in the Arctic is increasing, whereas the hours of the icebreakers are decreasing. During the campaign, the Liberals promised to strengthen the Navy and create jobs, and it is time to do so because instead of poo-pooing valid proposals, they must now seriously assess bids that would allow them to purchase competitive ships at a competitive price built here in Canada by Canadians while respecting the national procurement strategy. Mr. Speaker, instead of plunging future generations into debt with the excessive spending, when will the government finally respond to the urgent needs of the Navy and the Coast Guard by creating real jobs here in Canada?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Vaisakhi, the Spring Harvest Festival celebrated across South Asia and the world. Vaisakhi is particularly significant to Sikh Canadians as it marks the anniversary the inauguration of the Khalsa and the fundamental principles of Sikhism by the 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji. The word Khalsa translates to the free, the pure, the genuine. Vaisakhi is a celebration of freedom and the principle that each of us should have access to same opportunities and same resources, regardless of the family that we're born into, whether we're male or female, and independent of our race or our skin color. Sikhism teaches that we're all responsible for seeking unity, equality, justice, and prosperity for all of humankind. It teaches us that it is our duty to give back to the society through a selfless service called seva. Opportunity, equality, and liberty. These are values that we all share as Canadians, and I encourage all Canadians to celebrate these values today. On behalf of all Sikh MPs in the
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, across Canada, members of the Sikh faith and others will be participating in Vaisakhi, a celebration that highlights Guru Gobind Singh, who laid down the foundation of the Khalsa path. My feelings and passion for what Sikhism stands for has inspired me from when I first attended a Gurdwara back in 1988. In 1999, as a member of the Manitoba Legislative Assembly, I had the privilege of introducing a resolution that recognized the importance of the Khalsa. That resolution passed unanimously. 2 days ago, on April 11th, we witnessed history when we recited from the Guru Granth Sahib here in Canada's Parliament building. In addition to that special moment, the Prime Minister indicated that there was going to be a formal apology regarding the Kamagata Maru here in Parliament. The Kamagata Maru was a racial incident that occurred in 1914 where people of Punjabi heritage were denied access to Canada as they sat in a ship that was built to transport coal. On May 18, we will hear that apology. Happy Vaisakhi to one and all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak today about Daffodil Month. This is the Canadian Cancer Society's month to raise funds in support of fellow Canadians who have lived with cancer. Currently, 2 in 5 Canadians will develop some form of cancer. For my family that was impacted, my mother passed away in 1989 of breast cancer, and my grandfather in 1981 of esophageal cancer. Many of us here are impacted by an individual in our family that has suffered from cancer. My family knows firsthand the value of the Canadian Cancer Society. When you buy a daffodil pin and wear it in April, you're showing your support of Canadians living with cancer. It's a symbol of strength and courage in the fight against this disease. I ask all of you here today, and for the rest of April, to please wear your daffodil pin, as I will, in support of all of these Canadians and their families dealing with this challenging disease called cancer.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is the International Day of Pink. Canadians from coast to coast to coast are united in raising awareness against all types of bullying and heinous acts of intolerance.
In a country like Canada that stands out thanks to its diversity and humanity, there is no place for hate, violence, or intolerance against those who avail themselves of their rights and to express their religious, sexual, cultural, and gender identity.
For individuals such as Degas Sikorsky, who received a horrifying and cruel Valentine's Day card containing homophobic slurs at his workplace. Today, we in this House stand, dressed in pink, with all Canadians to say to victims such as Degas and everyone else, enough with hatred, enough with bullying. Today, you take ownership and pride in your identity. As our Prime Minister once wrote, your friends outnumber the haters by the millions, and we are among those friends. Happy Day of Pink to all.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
It's only fitting on Audrey O'Brien Day that all of us remember April is Pay Equity Month, Mr. Speaker, because April 17th is the day that for too many women, their wages finally catch up to those earned by men in the previous calendar year. It's shameful. Women in Canada on average earn only 74 cents for every dollar a man earns, despite doing similar and equal work. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, that on February the 2nd, the NDP introduced a motion to implement pay equity. It was passed with support from this Liberal government, and I'm proud of the work of my caucus in advancing women's equity. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the same Liberal government that supported our motion introduced a budget that did little to nothing in the way of actually working to achieve pay equity for Canadian women. The Prime Minister calls himself a feminist, Mr. Speaker. I would like to be encouraged by his sunny ways, but actions speak louder than words. I encourage this government to honour its promises, to back them up with real substantive action that will provide.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. I rise today to express my best wishes to everyone in Canada and abroad celebrating Vaisakhi. On one of the most important days for members of the Sikh faith, we honor the creation of the Khalsa by spending quality time with family and friends. Sikhs and non-Sikhs alike also participate in vibrant parades and celebrations, and I am grateful I got to attend Khalsa Day Kirtan here on Parliament Hill. Mr. Speaker, this is also a perfect day to honor the significant contribution that Sikhs have made to our great country. I wish everyone a safe and joyful holiday. Happy Vaisakhi. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the beginning of Daffodil Month 2016. Every April, thanks to the Canadian Cancer Society, Canadians come together to raise awareness about cancer by wearing daffodil pins. In 1938, the Canadian Cancer Society began its fight to create a world where no Canadians fear cancer. Since then, the charity has funded over $1.2 billion in cancer research. They have provided life-changing cancer information, as well as peer support, Rise to Cancer treatment, and prevention programs. If all of us have been touched negatively by cancer, then almost all of us have been touched positively by this society. When you wear your daffodil pin, it's a symbol of strength and courage in the fight against cancer. It shows our collective determination to one day defeat this disease. So please help the Canadian Cancer Society do more by joining the fight this April. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. Honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
First off, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say how thrilled we all are to see the clerk back at her desk. Mr. Speaker, Audrey O'Brien has had an exceptional career. She's served this Parliament, she has served her country, and she has served all of us. So on behalf of everyone here, I'd like to pay tribute to a remarkable woman. Thank you. On with question period. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that pipelines are the safest way to move our oil and gas to market. And while our government approved the Northern Gateway pipeline, immediately after the election, the Liberals killed it by slapping a transportation ban off the West Coast. If the Prime Minister is willing to kill a pipeline project after it's already approved, how can we have confidence he won't do the same thing to the Trans Mountain and the Energy East pipelines?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me also to add my voice to the many, many voices in this House who honour Audrey O'Brien for extraordinary service, not just to members in this House and to this august place, but to all of Canada through an extraordinary life of service. Thank you very much. And in the 5 seconds remaining to me, Mr. Speaker, let me say that this government understands that environment and economy go together, must go together, something that the previous government simply did not understand, and which is why they were unable to build pipelines to Tidewater through 10 years of trying to do nothing but. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Position.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' failure to support Canada's energy sector is damaging the country, and it has real consequences. Thousands of jobs are being lost, families are losing their homes, and the communities are devastated. Well, all these families and communities need to hear is a clear message from the Prime Minister that he actually supports new pipelines. Will the Prime Minister finally assure all of us that if the National Energy Board approves Trans Mountain and Energy East, he will also approve them?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have long pointed out that one of the fundamental responsibilities of any Canadian Prime Minister is to get our resources to market. And in the 21st century, getting our resources to market means doing it sustainably, responsibly, and with community buy-in and Aboriginal support, Indigenous support. The fact is, the previous government did not understand that, was unable to build the public trust necessary to help Alberta's industry and indeed the jobs that need to be created through it, and therefore failed the province they worked so hard to try and represent.
Rival Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, since taking office, the Liberals have completely failed to support Canada's energy sector. While the U.S. has ramped up their oil exports, while at the same time blocking Canada's oil exports, the Prime Minister has done nothing about it. His principal secretary says oil and gas development is as bad as hooking kids on cigarettes. Wow. And his environment minister says that we need to move in the direction of seizing all development in the industry. In his ideological quest to make Canada free of fossil fuels, is the Prime Minister willing to take responsibility for the hundreds of thousands of jobs that will be lost?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I find it mildly humorous that the opposition is taking us to task for being unable to do in 5 months what they were unable to do in 10 years. The fact of the matter is the initiatives taken by the previous government did not help the Alberta oil industry, did not help Albertans, did not help the workers who are now out of work. What we need is a government that actually restores public confidence and gets our resources to market in responsible, sustainable ways. That's why Canadians elected us. That's what we're going to work very hard to do.
Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister wants to talk about the past, but this week we had an announcement of $70 million less in the oil industry. So we need to think about our oil security. There are a lot of questions relating to the budget. The parliamentary budget officer had said that there were documents and figures that were needed to look at long-term growth. So why weren't those figures provided? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, the Governor of the Bank of Canada has confirmed today that the action we took in our budget will have a positive impact on Canada's economic growth, a positive impact on families, and that's what we promised during the election campaign. For 10 years, we had a government that refused to invest in Canadians, and this is what we are doing. It's time to do that. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, of course, I don't agree with the Prime Minister. We invested a great deal, but we managed to balance our budget. It's unfortunate, but we now know that the record of the Liberals when it comes to employment is very poor. They exaggerated the figures in many ways in their budget. So Canadians want to know why the Liberals exaggerated the number of jobs that would be created in the economy. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, during the election campaign, especially afterwards, when we introduced our budget to help the middle class, we showed that we knew how to create growth. It is by investing in our communities, by putting more money in the pockets of the middle class and those that want to reach the middle class. That's the way to do it. For 10 years, the Conservatives weren't there for Canadians. We are creating jobs, and this is what we were doing with the budget. Right Honourable, the member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, Catherine and I want to welcome back the clerk, Audrey O'Brien, here to the House.
Mr. Speaker, it turns out there's a slight problem in the paperwork for the Saudi arms deal. Maybe the government could help us figure it out, because, you see, for months they've been telling us that it was a done deal under the Conservatives. Now it turns out that what to the untrained eye looks like the signature of the Minister of Global Affairs approved it actually on April 8th, just a few days ago. Maybe they could explain that one to Canadians. Why have they misled Canadians about the Saudi arm deal?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will say today what I have been saying every time anyone asks me about this, including during the election campaign. We will honour the contracts signed by Canada in February of 2014. The fact is, there are jobs in London relying on this. There is commitments made to the world that we will honour our good name when we sign our contracts. The fact is, even the member from Outremont understands that you cannot cancel a contract retroactively. He said, you don't cancel a commercial accord retroactively. It's just not done. On that, we agree with the member from Outremont.
The member from Outremont.
Our good name includes standing to defend human rights around the world, Mr. Speaker. And the situation in Saudi Arabia has only gotten worse, and he knows it.
But let's talk about paperwork. During the election campaign, the Prime Minister said that a lot of small businesses will be helped by paying less tax. How much tax was avoided by these 4 investment companies? We worked with professionally. I registered these companies and I paid all the tax that was required. But I've always said the government needs to encourage small businesses that create jobs, and this is what we have done in Budget 2016.
So,
the Honourable Member.
Businesses were just a way for rich people to avoid taxes. He knew of what he spoke.
Perhaps the Prime Minister could answer this question, Mr. Speaker. How is it that on October 20th, that is, the day after the election, he chose that moment to dismantle one of those investment companies. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when I ran for leader of the Liberal Party, I showed great openness and transparency with respect to my assets, my financial situation, and I have always shown that openness and transparency. I will continue to do that. The open and transparent approach by this government, especially after Canadians saw so little of it for years, is something that Canadians appreciate.
Bateau au Panama avec ça?
So, Panama boat hat.
His financial arrangements, it turns out he left a few things out of the picture. You see, the Prime Minister failed to disclose all of the companies that he used to shelter his investments. Why didn't the Prime Minister tell Canadians about all of these companies he was using to shelter his investments and avoid paying his full share of taxes?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that every step of the way I have been open and transparent about my own personal finances, about my own holdings. Indeed, I raised the bar on transparency and openness in a way that the members opposite simply never did. I stand by my disclosures, by openness, and continue to challenge members on the opposite side of the House to reach the level of openness and transparency that on this side of the House we have always demonstrated.
Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
It's hard to keep a straight face, Mr. Speaker. Last week we learned the Justice Minister attended a high-priced pay-to-play fundraiser in Toronto with Bay Street lawyers. Now it seems she's outdone herself. She's headlining a $1,000 per head fundraiser later this month. Copying the Win Liberals, this government is creating a whole new scheme of paying for access to cabinet ministers. So can the Justice Minister tell us how many lawyers and lobbyists will be attending her latest pay-to-play Liberal fundraiser?
Good question. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite should be ashamed to raise an issue.
Just a minute. Colleagues, I remind members, of course, members I know are all mindful of the fact that it's anti-bullying day and they're going to want to act accordingly. Okay, on all sides, we're going to act accordingly, and we're going to listen to the answers. Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps the member who just asked the question should talk to his colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, who in fact wrote a letter to the Ethics Commissioner with many of the same frivolous allegations and received a 3-page letter from the Ethics Commissioner dated April 13th. And the paragraph, Mr. Speaker, which I know everyone wants to hear, reads as follows, and I quote, "Based on the information available in the case, the fundraising involved the Minister of Justice, Section 16...
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's hard for Canadians to trust the Justice Minister to do her job with all of her dodgy fundraising activities. It's been 6 months. She hasn't introduced a single piece of legislation. Her husband has registered to lobby her own department, and miraculously in the budget, the organization he lobbied for got $20 million. She's been caught giving access to high-priced lawyers and lobbyists. So can the Prime Minister stop hiding behind his House Leader and tell Canadians that this is the standard that he set for his own cabinet ministers?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the only person who's hiding appears to be the member who just asked that question. He knows very well, in a series of fabricated allegations which his colleague sent to the Ethics Commissioner, today the Ethics Commissioner confirmed that those allegations have no merit and no basis. Why can't he be satisfied with the independent opinion of the Ethics Commissioner that this House asked to look into these kind of matters? I have more faith in her judgment, Mr. Speaker, than his.
The member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, while the Minister of Justice attends pay-to-play fundraisers, the Minister has been AWOL in fulfilling her responsibilities as Minister. After nearly 6 months, The minister is yet to make a judicial appointment, creating a situation that the Chief Justice of Alberta has called desperate. So, when will the Minister of Justice stop attending pay-to-play fundraisers and start appointing desperately needed judges, or is the minister taking applications at the fundraisers?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think what Canadians are wondering is when will that member tone down the feigned indignation, especially given the fact, Mr. Speaker, that he got a 3-page precise answer in writing from the Ethics Commissioner, which concluded that the fake complaint he made had no merit. But, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite love to table documents in the House. They should stay tuned. Maybe after question period, I'll ask for consent to table the letter the Ethics Commissioner sent to that
member. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice, in attending the pay-to-play fundraiser with select lawyers and lobbyists, has compromised her independence, brought the office that she holds into disrepute, and breached ethical standards to which the minister is bound by. So will the minister stop the excuses and return the pay-to-play cash?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me try this again. That particular member made up a series of fake allegations, uses parliamentary immunity to make a whole series of allegations that he doesn't have the guts to go 25 meters out and say in front of a television camera. So then what he does is he writes a letter to the independent ethics commissioner with all of these fake allegations, and she writes back to him and says, at all times the minister followed the act and her responsibilities under the code. He should be ashamed to keep asking those ridiculous questions.
Members should be keeping in mind that there's going to be partisan comments on both sides. It's supposed to be a place of strong disagreement sometimes. That's okay. It doesn't mean we can't listen to answers even if we don't like them, or questions for that matter. Let's hear one from the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Yes. Well, let's just get to the bottom of this. The minister keeps evading questions about the pay-to-play Liberal fundraiser. She apparently can't speak on this issue or won't. Simply put, who planned this fundraiser? There's been a number of ethical issues with this minister ever since she took over this position. Did she plan these unfortunate events, or is she being set up by her closest to her?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, again, she may want to ask her colleague from St. Albert. The second last paragraph on page 3 of the letter that the Ethics Commissioner sent him makes clear that it's entirely appropriate for all members, including parliamentary secretaries and ministers, to solicit funds. She knows there's no scandal here. She's trying to fabricate something, and we look forward, perhaps, to the next fake allegation that'll follow in the next question.
Member for Lévis-le-Binière. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice is telling us that she went to the Toronto fundraising cocktail party to discuss issues concerning her riding, Vancouver-Granville. Yesterday, the government leader told us that the minister consulted the ethics commissioner, but in fact, this is a double standard because she can't be just a member and not the minister. Can the minister make public the list of participants that were so interested in meeting with the member for Vancouver-Granville? Mr. Speaker, if my colleague for Lévis had taken the time to read the Elections Act, he would know that things have to be proactively disclosed, and there was nothing secret about this cocktail party, unlike what was done by their colleague who is now in prison.
Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, far too many First Nation and Métis children are growing up in this country without any hope for their future. Far too many families, including my own, have been affected by suicides. Just this past weekend, there were more suicide attempts in Lalage. This is a crisis that demands action, not visits, not photo ops, action. Yet the budget contained no new funding for mental health services. When are we going to see a concrete plan from this government on mental health?
Well, Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, permit me to begin my comments by reflecting on last evening when there was a very lovely and civil tone in this House when we discussed a matter that was both sobering and inspiring, when we talked about the fact that in this country, in this wonderful, affluent, resourceful country, young people are deciding that life isn't worth living and that we haven't been able to find solutions to give them hope for the future. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to work with my colleague and all colleagues in this House to make sure that the mental health resources are there for young people and all Canadians when they need them.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank all my colleagues who participated in that debate last night. This may be a transformative moment, but the youth need action. Now, first off, there's a need for a family doctor in Attawapiskat. It's a simple request. Help us with that. Second, there is no new mental health funding for the communities. We need that. But third, I'd like to ask the Minister of Indigenous Affairs to commit today to funding to empower Indigenous youth so they could start to look at how we can change programs, because after 140 years of failure and negligence and trauma, it's time that we said the youth will lead the way for the future.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
I thank the member for the question, but I also thank him for his eloquence and passion last evening in discussing this. And his ongoing commitment. No one knows the children and the youth in that community better than the member opposite, and we will work with the member, and we're heartened by what the mental health counsellors have decided to do, opening the centre, developing a youth council in that community, giving them ownership over the decisions that will be taken on in their lives. And I look forward to working with the member on these things.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, can provide a secure and sustainable supply of LNG to the world. The Liberals' 3-month delay for BC's Pacific Northwest LNG project sets Canada back, while our global competitors gain ground on long-term contracts with Asian markets. Thousands of jobs are on the line. Billions of dollars in investment, royalties, and taxes are at stake. The PM should fight for Canada. Is he really going to sit back and let this opportunity slip away?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the only way to get resources to market is to make sure we do it in a sustainable way. We have a regulatory process. The project that the member opposite is referring to is going through that regulatory process. The proponent brought significant new information that would have potential impact on salmon. So we need to do our due diligence and make sure that we get this right before we can make a decision for a project as to whether a project goes ahead or not.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Pacific Northwest LNG project has gone through an extensive approval process to date. What was first expected to take a year has now taken more than 750 days. Despite diligent community consultations and support from most First Nations, the Liberals have added more barriers and costs at the worst time. Canada deserves this opportunity. Absolutely. Why won't the Liberals support private sector job creation and responsible resource development so Canada doesn't miss out?
Good question. Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What Canadians deserve is an environmental assessment process that they can trust. That is what we have committed to doing. This project is being reviewed. The proponent has brought significant new information. We received 34,000 comments, and we're going to do the proper job to make sure that we are making decisions based on facts and evidence, because that is the only way we will get our resource to market in a sustainable way.
The member for Caribou, Prince George.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is that there's thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs that are lost right now and hanging in the balance. Mr. Speaker, the Pacific Northwest LNG project would be the biggest private sector investment in British Columbia history. Billions in investment, thousands of well-paying jobs are hanging in the balance. Yet the only thing this environment minister will approve is a decision to delay the decision. How can we expect the Liberals to be impartial when the Prime Minister's own Parliament or Principal Secretary said he wants to shut down oil and gas development?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said previously, we are committed to making sure that the environment and the economy go together, but that needs to be done in a responsible way. We will make decisions based on facts and evidence. We're working very closely with the proponent and with the government of British Columbia. And I quote Rich Coleman, Minister of BC Natural Gas Development, "We are confident that working together with the federal government and the company, any remaining questions can be fully resolved expeditiously." Thank you.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Residents and small businesses in my riding are struggling right now due to low energy prices. Liberals have an opportunity to support our economy, and that opportunity is BC LNG. The fact is, residents have now formed community action groups like Fort St. John for LNG and are working tirelessly to ensure the voices of yes are being heard. I'll ask it again of the Minister. When will the Liberals stop ignoring our communities and come to a final decision on projects like Pacific Northwest LNG?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we will make a decision when we have the facts and the evidence necessary to do so. We have committed to an environmental assessment process that has the confidence of Canadians. We will make decisions based on facts and evidence. We are working with the proponent. We are working with the BC government to get the information we need to do just that.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
People said they were going to be different, but now they're becoming just what exactly they oppose. The Foreign Affairs Minister claimed that he had no choice when it came to the conservative arms deal with Saudi Arabia. He told us that it was a done deal, but that was not the case. He approved the deal himself last Friday. Mr. Speaker, this is about human rights. So why are Canadians being misled on such an important issue?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague was confusing two different decisions. The first one is to honor the signature of a contract. This has been a contract signed in 2014, and her party and our party and the Conservative Party committed at the next election to honor the signature. The second one is about the export permits. I have the power to allow the export permit or to revoke them according to the behavior of the country regarding human rights on the use of the equipment. And the equipment has been not misused since 1993. It's why for now
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. I don't understand, Mr. Speaker. What's the point of having assessment processes for arms exports if it's a done deal before the process even takes place? When it comes to the sale of arms to Saudi Arabia, the Minister and the Prime Minister told Canadians on many occasions that they could do nothing, that their hands were tied. But now we find out that the Minister authorized the sale last Friday. I'm saying he authorized it last Friday himself. Why did he deliberately mislead Canadians? And why is the Minister trying to hoodwink Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, if that's the NDP position, that we should not respect the signature of the Canadian government, I hope they'll take this to London, because I hope the member for London Fanshawe tells them to do this. We will agree with this according to the use of the equipment, but as long as the equipment does not violate human rights, when the use of the weapons is within the interests of Canada, Foreign Affairs will honour the export permits. If that's not the case, I will change my decision, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital. Mr. Speaker, we know that the vast majority of middle-class Canadians pay their fair share of taxes, but certain wealthy individuals hide their money in foreign tax havens to avoid paying taxes. On Monday, the government made a commitment to be tougher on tax evasion and tax avoidance. Can the Minister of National Revenue shed light on the methods implemented to truly change things? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's quite clear that the situation presented by my colleague from St. Boniface
is neither fair nor acceptable. Indeed, things must change. On Monday, I announced historic investments, $444.4 million. As I intend to explain at the Finance Committee, these tools will allow for improvement in detection, investigation, and audits, and will also allow us to sue when those who engage in tax evasion are caught, as well as organizations that create these strategies. The loopholes will be closed.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals love to make promises to Canadians, only to turn around and change their minds. Instead of encouraging jobs and hiring, the Liberals have increased payroll taxes and EI premiums for small businesses. This doesn't just affect small business owners, but also the millions of Canadians who work for them. When will the Liberals stop killing jobs with higher taxes?
Good question. Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we have lowered taxes on small businesses. We have lowered taxes on middle-class Canadians. We are working with Canadians to ensure that we have a strong economy and that we create jobs. Budget 2016, which I encourage the member to read in its entirety, makes many investments, including $11.9 billion in infrastructure spending, which will help small businesses. $500 million for broadband in rural and remote areas. And I see your hand is waving, so I will stop, but the list goes on. And the time is up. But I thank you for the opportunity to stand and tell you how we're working with small businesses.
I guess I'd better help members by letting them know that when I start doing that, it means I have the 10 seconds and counting, okay? So let's keep that in mind. The Alton member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, one thing is very clear. Liberals think borrowed money will somehow magically create jobs.
They do.
Small businesses understand that jobs come from hard work and responsible spending. Canadian Federation of Independent Business President Dan Kelly said, small business owners know that today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes.
Exactly.
Why are the Liberals taxing job creators to pay for their reckless spending?
The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question once again. And what I've said in this House before is saying it does not make it true. Let's look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. We are working with small business Canadians. We are working with the Small Business Matters Coalition. We are working with stakeholders. There are 3.2 million Canadians that we are representing in this side of the House. And we are working with the Canadian independent businesses and Dan Kelly himself. I have met with him and I will continue to work with him. We will continue to represent small businesses, and I encourage the member opposite to take some time to meet with me as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last September, the Prime Minister had an opportunity to say what he thought of small businesses, and I quote, "It has to be said that a large percentage of small businesses are a way for richer Canadians to reduce their taxes." Well, the least we can say is I don't know who was in front of him when he said that, but I don't think the mirror was too far away, because that's exactly what he did. Small business to save taxes. Will the Prime Minister do the only thing that's worthy is that he should stand and apologize to Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker. I urge him. Order, please. We know what day of the week this is. We should not mock others. That is not appropriate. It's not adult. We should all behave like adults. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague. Perhaps rather than amuse himself, he should read the budget because, Mr. Speaker, we lowered taxes for the middle class and taxes on small business have also been reduced. As the Honourable Prime Minister said, and the Governor of the Bank of Canada said that the budget measures were going to lead to economic growth in the country. This is a budget for families, for the middle class. It's the right budget for Canada, and we'll continue to do exactly what we're doing. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, for us Conservatives, small businesses are the job creators, the wealth creators, not people who commit all kinds of fraud. The Prime Minister personally has 4 corporations to save taxes. He should stand up and apologize immediately. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question once again. I may have to read the budget. He would understand that we're working for Canadians. He's trying to divert us here. What we present to Canadians is something that works for the middle class, for families, and for small business. The Governor of the Bank of Canada confirmed it this morning. We will continue to work for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, on April 24, 2013, over 1,100 textile workers, mostly women, died in the worst industrial accident in the history of Bangladesh. 3 years later, a lot remains to be done to protect workers. Kalpona Akhter, a courageous activist, he is here in Ottawa to ask Canada to do its part. What will the International Development Minister do so that Bangladeshi companies that benefit from duty waivers respect the rights of workers? The Parliamentary Secretary.
And I thank my colleague for his question, and I thank the individual for Bangladesh for being here and discussing this important issue with colleagues across the floor in this House, and to see what Canada can do to promote the human rights of people all across the world. And I thank them very much for this question. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Azar children, who are my constituents, were abducted 8 months ago. These 4 Canadian children were taken to Kurdistan in the middle of a war zone, and they now may be in Iran. These children didn't choose this. We need urgent action. The Prime Minister has said the safe return of these children is a priority of this government. So has the Prime Minister made contact with Kurdish President Barjani or members of the Iranian government to help bring these children home?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Consular Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question. The Government of Canada is very concerned about the well-being of the Azar children. We are engaged in this file. I have repeatedly met with Ms. Azar, and our law enforcement agency and our consular affairs are providing services to the family. We will continue to be engaged on this file. We will do everything we can to bring the Azar family back home to their mother.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Canadians I speak to are proud of our military history, a proud tradition of standing by our friends when called to do so. The Liberal budget is a deceitful betrayal to every Canadian who served past, present, or future in our Canadian history. The Liberal Defence Review is a shameful attempt at covering up the disdain they have for the military. Why are the Liberals turning their backs on our friends and on the women and men who protect us by serving in Canada's armed forces?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the honourable member, as I did my critic some time ago, is the only cuts to the budget happened during the Conservative government with $3 billion. We have actually increased the planned spending, $360 million for the operational budget, plus $200 million for the military infrastructure as well. And the Defence Review is our way of actually committing to supporting our troops who serve us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has already paved the way to weaken our armed forces. He promised Canadians that he would replace our combat capacity by peacekeeping operations. He made a commitment to push back the acquisition of significant material until after the next election. He promised not to acquire the F-35, and he said he was going to implement the recommendations of the review report of 2011. So how can the government claim to want to have consultations on defence policy when it's already written by the Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to making sure that our men and women have the capabilities for the missions of the future. The Defence Review is a wonderful process to allow all Canadians to have a voice in where their military needs to go. We are committed to replacing our fighters. We're committed to supporting our Navy and many other procurement projects. We're reprofiling the money so that we can have it at a time when the military needs to be able to write the checks for the procurement projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in committee yesterday, we saw that the Liberals rather write things behind closed doors and be undisturbed. This is dangerous when we know their visceral hatred toward the Canadian Armed Forces. They're the ones who gave us leaky submarines and helicopters that can't take off. Can the minister confirm that the national defence policy is not yet written and that all interested parties will be heard by the Standing Committee on National Defence?
Mr. Speaker, I find it very ironic just yesterday when we stood together, all members as a part of an important event, and how I stood up and said all members of this House who were standing there today support the military. And to hear this in the House is actually quite insulting, to be honest. And so we know, and I've personally met with the members, so I don't think we need to kind of go down to this level and have this question. I'd be happy to actually meet with a member personally and explain in detail as I've opened up the department for briefings and meeting myself personally with them. And let's just stop this whole thing. I think every member in this House supports our military, and let's not play this ridiculous game.
The member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, recently a decision was announced to make significant investment in arts and culture, including fulfilling a commitment to doubling the budget of the Canada Council by 2020. Can the minister explain how this investment in the Canada Council on the Arts will benefit not only artists, but all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his important question. We will be investing $550 million in the Canada Council over 5 years, and this is a historic investment. Creative industries are an important element of our society and our economy, and our government was elected to stimulate economic growth. We have a duty to implement measures so that these industries can flourish and create a system for innovation. Arts and culture are at the heart of this ecosystem, and that's why we support our creative artists, and we are very proud of them.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have turned a blind eye to the unique needs and changing demographics of Canadian seniors. They have a Minister of Youth and a Minister for Families, but not a Minister for Seniors. To make matters worse, at committee, the Minister of Families admitted that the Liberals will not appoint a Minister for Seniors because that's only good for photo ops. Mr. Speaker, why isn't the Prime Minister taking the needs of seniors seriously?
Honourable Minister for Social Development. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. I share with my colleague the importance of investing in the well-being of our seniors. I think this was demonstrated in the last budget. This government does make significant investments that will change the lives of our seniors, not just now. We will help 900,000 seniors with a significant increase to the GIS, but in the future as well by restoring the eligibility age for OAS to 65. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, in the 2016 budget, the Liberals anticipated $6 million to protect Newfoundland waters from a shipwreck, but nothing for the Catherine Spirit, which has been in the waters of Lac Saint-Louis and Beauharnois since 2011. Citizens have been waiting 5 years for the federal government to protect their drinking water. According to the Working Committee, it would cost $10 to $15 million to dismantle this ship. Can the government make a commitment today to unblock funds quickly to dismantle the Catherine Spirit and assure the citizens of Beauharnois as it is done in Newfoundland?
The Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, forgive me and members if I feel nervous today. I've got some little eyes watching me today. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to assure the member, I have appointed a working group. They have met. The Coast Guard has presented options to them. They will be meeting again to come up with some options to be able to best deal with the situation once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, our government has made an important commitment to investing in transportation and infrastructure. Providing Canadians with transportation choices is critical to ensuring we are moving people and goods safely and quickly. As a strong advocate for active transportation like cycling and walking, I know that investments in active transportation infrastructure are good for our economy, environment, and our health. Can the Minister of Infrastructure comment on how we are helping municipalities like Oakville and Burlington develop walking and cycling infrastructure?
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Oakville North Burlington, for her advocacy on issues of active transportation. Our government is proud to invest under $20 billion over the next 10 years, which will include public transit as well as active transportation. Active transportation can also be funded through the gas tax, and we will continue to work with our partners to discuss their priorities as we develop our long-term infrastructure plan.
Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, when the time comes to spend money or take part in funding activities, the government is quick on the trigger. When it comes to stopping pimping out young girls, that's another matter. We found out yesterday that the Minister of Justice is thinking of rewriting Bill C-452 on human trafficking, and yet this bill received approval from all political parties, the Senate, and the Prime Minister himself. So, Mr. Speaker, why does the Minister of Justice refuse to protect young victims today and hide behind the Canadian Charter of Rights? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for the question, and without question, our government takes human trafficking and the exploitation of women and girls incredibly seriously, and we are committed to strengthening the efforts to combat this problem. With respect to 452, I have had discussions, and there are concerns with respect to that particular piece of legislation in terms of the Charter, and we are working with our colleagues in the province of Quebec to ensure that we can continue to address this issue in a substantive way. This is a very serious issue that we are dealing with.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Prime Minister. In light of a series of very controversial order and council appointments in the dying days of the previous government, will the Prime Minister join with political scientists such as Carl Barr and Peter Russell and accept as a constitutional convention that it is illegitimate for a government to make order and council appointments that will not take effect until after an election? Will he agree that this travesty is an overreach? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The facts are clear. The previous government made a series of appointments that took effect after the last election. These non-transparent 11th-hour appointments that were not scrutinized by Parliament were a clear abuse of the appointment process. We want to clean up the ethical mess left by the previous government. That is exactly what we are doing. We released a very important document called Open and Accountable Government. Canadians voted for transparency, and we are proud to have raised the bar.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, April 11, 2016, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of motion number 2 under Ways and Means proceedings. Calling the members. The question is on the amendment. Mr. Monod, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Molyneux, seconded by Mr. Leblanc, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. Ms. Ambrose, seconded by Ms. Raitt, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
Not approve the budgetary policy of the government as it A, includes deficit of at least $29.4 billion, B, contains wasteful spending, C, has no plan to balance the books, D, will fail to boost economic growth or create jobs, and E, betrays the middle class by raising taxes on families, individuals, and small businesses. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis, Les Etchemins.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Diop.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey, Cumberland, Colchester.
Mr. Casey, Cumberland, Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Kera.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Lauzon Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. De Brussen.
Ms. De Brussen.
Ms. De Moff.
Ms. De Moff.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassin.
Mr. Assassin.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mrs. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mrs. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Bersalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudriard.
Monsieur Boudriard.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 84, 84. Nays contre 228, 228.
I declare the amendment defeated.
Point of order, I believe. Rising from question period from the member for King Vaughan.
Today on a point of order, I am unbelievably shocked and disappointed on a day today when we in the House have stood against bullying. And today I witnessed something that was, it's deeply, deeply upset me to see my colleagues on the other side mocking a fellow colleague on this side when he's trying to answer their question honestly. I
thank the honourable colleague. I thank the honourable member for raising this point. She will recall that I addressed this during question period. Was there another point of order? Okay. I appreciate her reiterating that, but I did deal with it during question period. I believe members will agree that the senior officials who sit at the clerk's table advising the speakers and members on all procedural questions are a self-effacing group, wishing only to serve the House of Commons to the best of their ability. They do not seek the limelight. Today, however, we're taking a few minutes to acknowledge and to thank Audrey O'Brien, Clerk Emerita. She is retiring after almost 30 years at the table, 10 of them as the first female clerk of the House of Commons. Madame O'Brien, j'espère que vous...
Ms. O'Brien, I hope that you will pardon us if we now recognize the contribution that you have made so valuably to the House of Commons.
And I'll recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise today to recognize one of the true icons of Canada's House of Commons and our Parliament, a person I'm extremely proud to be able to call a friend, Ms. Audrey O'Brien. Calling Audrey, Mr. Speaker, a trailblazer would be an understatement, as her passion, her integrity, and discipline defined a career which has been nothing short of admirable and inspiring.
Having started out as a committee clerk in 1976, and the Speaker alluded to this, I'm a little bit surprised to know that this rather defines the age of our elegant friend. She, of course, started to work at the age of 5, but since that time, her presence and expertise have been an important asset to all members who have had the honor to learn from her wisdom that she's always been very happy to share.
House of Commons, of Audrey's nomination as Clerk of the House in 2005, when I was the then Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, and again to move her nomination as Clerk Emerita and an honorary officer of the House of Commons with an entree to the chamber and a well-deserved seat at the table.
As many people know, Ms. O'Brien was the first female clerk of the House of Commons. Her work has no doubt opened doors for many people who would like to aspire to such an important role in Canada's democracy, a role that she fulfilled very well since 2005.
Many years. There is a reason why so many people colloquially refer to the book she co-edited on the House of Commons procedure and practices, O'Brien and Bosque, as the Bible of parliamentary procedure. Now, God knows, Mr. Speaker, many of us would still be lost and wandering around this place if it were not for her writings, her wise counsel, and the person who served as deputy clerk and acting clerk since her departure some months ago.
For those who have had the honor of dealing with her on a day-to-day basis, she became a friend and a confidant.
Respectful, wise, and fair, Audrey exemplifies the very best of service to Canada, to our democracy, and to Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to Audrey, on behalf of all members in the Liberal caucus, a big thank you for her wisdom and her advice over so many years. We wish her the best in her next step forward and look forward to seeing you, Audrey, in this chamber and on the Hill in good health for many years to come. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too am so thrilled to be able to lend my voice to the accolades and tributes that our Clerk Emeritus is receiving today. They are well-founded and so well-deserved, and I know that I don't have to list all the wonderful accomplishments that the Government House Leader has mentioned, although I will note that he was here for both the beginning and the ending of your career at the table. I don't know if that's anything for any other of his colleagues or people in the House, but I do just want to add my voice to everything he said about the wonderful addition that you've left this House, both in terms of the procedure and practice manual and the impact you've made on so many of us. I know I speak for all my colleagues, in particular probably none more so than the former chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, the member for London, Middlesex, Elgin, Mr. Joe Presley. I know he was mentioning earlier on how special this day will be for you and the friendship that he had with you. I also want to note the high esteem in which our clerk was held internationally. The House of Commons procedural team does a lot of capacity building for emerging democracies, and they come to Canada to learn best practices and how to establish their parliamentary systems. They take that knowledge back with them and help make their parliaments more strong and more robust and more dynamic. And a lot of that was done at the direction of Ms. O'Brien and her work and her leadership with her department. And when some of us who have traveled have visited those parliaments, they often mention the trips they had here and the time they spent here and the work that they did while they were here and learned so much. And I also want to speak to a few of the other lasting legacies. Même ici, les députés tiennent pour acquis les services.
Many members tend to take for granted the services and the advice that we get, but many people don't realize that it is through an electronic database that much of the information we get comes, and she was the one that set up that database. She has worked with great nuance. We have great admiration for her, and we are pleased to pay tribute to her today.
I want to mention there's a few things I could probably share. Mr. O'Brien and I worked very closely for many years. I just want to say that it's ironic to talk about all the advancements in the digital age and some of the new technologies that Ms. O'Brien pioneered, because she liked to refer to herself as a member of the Rotary generation. And I thought she meant some kind of service club, but apparently phones used to have some kind of a keypad. I remember so many conversations we had where, at the end of the advice she'd give me, part of my job is saving you from yourself and saving members from themselves. And I think throughout it all, even throughout this, the advice given sometimes with a little bit of self-deprecating humor, some of the therapeutic drafts we would often write before rulings, there was a real sense of how important Parliament was. And there's no doubt that Ms. O'Brien loved the House of Commons, loved Parliament, loved our democracy. And I think the lesson that she certainly left on me is that we have to take this place seriously and what we do here seriously, but we shouldn't take ourselves too seriously. I do have to say, there was talks at some point in my mandate as Speaker, there was some talks about a life after politics where my Chief of Staff and the clerk might embark on some kind of reality show. I think it was called Stilettos and Sensible Shoes. I look forward to that, Mr. O'Brien. I think it'll give Power in Politics and Power Play a run for its money. And so on behalf of all the members of my caucus, and especially myself, my wife, my children who got to know you very well, I want to wish you all the best, and it was just such a pleasure serving with you.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby. Mr. Speaker, Today, we take the opportunity to pay tribute to Audrey O'Brien, a key figure in this House, and she has been for over 35 years. She became clerk in 2005, the first woman to hold that position, and she led the team of table officers through 2 minority governments.
Deep respect for anything parliamentary. She's helped modernize the very institutions we operate in every day and has been a fierce defender of the independence of the institution from the executive branch. And for that, we thank you. Amongst her most tangible achievements is this great green procedural tome.
The second edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice is a valuable resource for any assistant who is a little bit interested in parliamentary procedure.
O'Brien and Bosk, the book makes the rules of the House and of Parliament clear and digestible and available to all who wish to know more about the cornerstone of our democratic institutions. And I must say, it makes great reading. It's better than an evening with Netflix, Mr. Speaker. Madame O'Brien's contribution goes well beyond interpreting the rules of the House. Her legacy includes an amazing ability to strike the delicate balance between respecting the rules of Parliament and the centuries of Westminster parliamentary precedents and the ability to deliver practical results. As we all know, the last government agreed to address the historical wrong of the residential schools policy that still stands as one of the great black marks in the history of our country. The House was faced with the practical problem of how to allow Indigenous leaders onto the floor of the House for the ceremony. The presence of those for whom the apology would mean the most was absolutely crucial, as you recall, Mr. Speaker. But as we all know, any non-MP or strangers of the House, as they're known, are not permitted in our chamber for our daily sittings. It was Madame O'Brien who suggested the solution to convene the House instead as the Committee of the Whole. And this proved a solution that was both perfectly practical and perfectly parliamentary, and that's trademark Audrey O'Brien. Madame O'Brien.
Ms. O'Brien.
Madame O'Brien était non seulement.
Ms. O'Brien was not just a leader when it came to procedure, but also a mentor for many women who were elected to Parliament. Over her years of service, she took a number of new female members of Parliament under her wing and provided them with valuable advice.
Clerk Emerita is one that is very rarely bestowed. One of the rare honorees was former NDP MP for Winnipeg Centre and parliamentary procedural legend, Stanley Knowles. Stanley took very seriously the honour of being allowed into the House after his retirement as an MP, almost as a duty, you might say, and he would regularly be found making use of his right to be seated at the table here in the chamber. Stanley was often a procedural thorn in the side of the government of the day, and it may be the case that the House knew how much of Stanley they would continue to see and hear. They might have thought of another way to honour him.
That said, I sincerely hope that we will see Ms. O'Brien here at the table, a place she has richly deserved.
And the entire NDP family. I wish her a happy, healthy, and long retirement, Mr. Speaker. And if Madame O'Brien were to sit back and put her feet up on the table, even the table here in the chamber, I think we should seek the consent of the House that we look the other way, because that would be so richly deserved after so much gifts to our country and her work. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour-Nicolet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure today to see you back here in the House, Ms. O'Brien. You have worked with us and given us advice over so many years. The House will remember you as being, among other things, the first woman to become Clerk of the House. In the Bloc Québécois, we remember how you applied with such integrity your democratic principles. We will remember your rigor and the respect that you showed for all parties in the House, your legendary availability and warmth, and your desire to always serve this House with devotion and skill. And those attributes helped build your excellent reputation here and throughout the Commonwealth. You embody very well all the founding values of this House. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to thank you for your years of service and wish you a very happy retirement. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's such an honor to stand and salute our clerk, Audrey O'Brien. I am without words to express my gratitude as a newly elected MP coming to this place and embracing my new Bible, a big green book, which I took home and read immediately, and I'm not kidding. And I think Audrey O'Brien knows how much, as does Mark Bosk. O'Brien and Bosk, as a Bible for an MP, is a good place to start and return frequently. In those pages, I found things that nobody ever knew, such as that members of parties with fewer than 12 MPs were allowed to put forward amendments during report stage, something that certain other members of this place wish I had not found. But understanding the rules of Parliament, respecting Parliament go hand in hand. And without the rules, how can we have the respect? Without understanding our traditions, how can we know our role? And I am deeply grateful for every moment of private counsel and friendship and advice. I miss you in this place, wish you the best in retirement, and I want you to know that not a day goes by that I don't reach for my copy of your Bible. Thank you so much.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Ms. Philpott for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Sawti, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Food and Drugs Act, the Hazardous Products Act, the Radiation Emitting Devices Act, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, the Pest Control Products Act, and Canada Consumer Product Safety Act, and to make related amendments to another act. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Mrs. Philpott for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Sawti, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi
When shall the bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Statement by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Mr. Bagnall, Yukon.
Mr. Bagnall, Yukon.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34, subsection 1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-Europe Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the meeting of Standing Committee of Parliamentarians of the Arctic region held in Stockholm, Sweden, March 2nd to 3rd, 2016.
Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've risen many times in recent parliaments to table petitions in the House. Today, I'm pleased to table my first electronic petition, a 21st century innovation introduced by the clerk as the session began that enables Canadians to draw attention to an issue of public interest or concern much more easily than with the traditional paper documents. Madam Speaker, although petition E3 calling on the government to maintain the tax-free savings account contribution levels at $10,000 has been superseded by unwise action by the government. I would like the House to know that this petition has still drawn a total number of signatures just short of 5,000. I'm proud and honoured to table this petition today. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present two petitions this afternoon. The first is from petitioners who are calling on the Government of Canada to act to protect animals from the impacts of testing in laboratories, particularly the use of animal testing for cosmetics, which I think we will agree is a non-essential use and completely distinct from animal testing, for instance, for health advances and scientific research. That is problematic in itself, but using animals for cosmetic testing, petitioners ask this House to ban such practices. And then many hundreds of signatures, Madam Speaker, on the second petition I'm presenting, which calls for the Government of Canada to act against and to pressure the government of the People's Republic of China to protect people who are practicing Falun Gong and Falun Dafa from repression and from jailing and even torture. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present the following 13 petitions signed by residents of my constituency who draw the attention to the fact that during the 41st Parliament, this chamber unanimously passed a motion calling on the government to create a national strategy on palliative care so that every Canadian has access to such high-quality care at end of life. The petitions therefore call on Parliament to develop and create this national strategy. I also rise, Mr. Speaker, to present another 14 petitions signed by residents of my constituency who call upon the Parliament to enshrine the freedom of conscience for physicians and healthcare institutions within the Criminal Code against coercion and intimidations to provide physician-assisted suicide or euthanasia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. Mr. Lamoureux, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? So carried. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you again, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand at this time.
Notice of motions. The Honourable Member for l'Honourable Député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask you to announce motion notice P9, and that's supported by the member for Montcalm, and I ask for a vote. Notice of motion for the production of P9, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Joliette.
Of Health.
Madam Speaker, I ask that this notice of motion for the production of papers be transferred for debate.
Transferred for debate pursuant to standing. The motion has been for P9 has been transferred for debate pursuant to Standing Order 97.1. Is it agreed that the remaining motion stands? It's agreed? Orders of the day? Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, resuming debate on the Ways and Means motion, standing in the name of the Minister of Finance.
It's Bob Sawyer. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 9 minutes. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to echo the voice of my constituents of Markham Unionville on the disgraceful proposed Liberal budget. I will also be splitting my time with my colleague from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, Madam Speaker. The Liberal government has dedicated a lot of space to buzzwords, investments, and spendings, but they have yet to provide Canadians with a clear plan for job creation, tax reduction, and economic stability. Madam Speaker, my constituents are hardworking Canadians with strong values that include fiscal responsibility and the safety of our communities and respect for their hard-earned dollars. These are all things this Liberal government has their budget have overlooked and omitted. The Minister of Finance recently stood in this House and talked about what the government's budget will give to Canadians. However, Madam Speaker, it is now clear that this budget promises far more than it can deliver. More importantly, it deprives hardworking families of benefit from credits and provide relief for Canadians. Madam Speaker, if I could draw your attention to the topics of taxes, a subject I am sure that many of us concerned with. This Liberal budget is ending the children's tax credit, the children's art tax, and tax credit for post-secondary education and textbooks. These are the benefits that most Canadian families take advantage of sooner or later. Under this government, these valuable tax credits will no longer be available to provide relief. Conservatives have reduced taxes over 150 times, bringing the tax burden for families to its lowest point in the last 50 years. In contrast, Madam Speaker, the Liberal budget is not just directly taking money out of people's pocket, but due to their fiscal mismanagement, the proposed budget also impacts businesses negatively. Over nearly decades in power, an average family of four was saving almost $7,000 per year under the previous Conservative government. Contrary to what the Liberal government will try to tell Canadians, lower and middle-income families have benefited the most from these savings. This is not political hot air. It is coming straight from the parliamentary budget officer who independently investigate the government spending. Madam Speaker, last week, the PBO came out with a report which showed that Liberals were hiding information from Canadians, creating their own economic growth projections and exaggerating job growth expectation. Despite saying the budget 2016 will help Canadians, this government is ending the hiring credit for small businesses and completely abandoning our manufacturing sector. The Liberals have not committed to funding the Automotive Innovation Fund, the Auto Suppliers Innovation Program, or the Advanced Manufacturing Fund, among other programs that businesses have benefited from. Madam Speaker, according to the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, the decision to not reduce the small business corporation tax to 9% as promised will cost small businesses almost $1 billion per year as of 2019. Canadians will recall the reduction to 9% was tabled by former Conservative government in an effort to aid small businesses, which are the backbone and economic engine of this country. Where have the Liberals' promise, hope, and hard work gone, Madam Speaker? The Liberal budget dedicates a lot of space to innovation and investing in innovation. But, Madam Speaker, this budget lacks a clear plan to encourage businesses to invest and create jobs in Canada. According to Fraser Institute, under these conditions, businesses and entrepreneurs will either remain on the sideline or decide to invest in other countries. Simply put, without predictable business environment, Canadian businesses and workers will be left with a sad view of the future. Additionally, Madam Speaker, according to The Economists, the Liberals are spending at the rate of 7% more than they can afford. The previous Conservative government left Canadians with a budgetary surplus, and already the Liberal government has placed us all into a dark pit of endless deficits. Let us not overlook the burden that will be left on the shoulders and pockets of our children and grandchildren. So please, let us not play political games with the Canadian economy. Madam Speaker, as the Canadian Taxpayers Federation rightfully stated, this Prime Minister's first budget is an absolute disaster for future generations and for Canada. Madam Speaker, my constituents of Markham Unionville, alongside with Oakville and Vancouver, are some of the highest tax people in the country, and this budget is an embarrassment for them and for hardworking Canadians across this country. But what is the most embarrassing, Madam Speaker, is the complete disregard this government has when it comes to the safety of our communities. The world is not getting any safer. As the past few years or even the recent weeks have shown us, mindless violence happens when we least expect it. Whether in the heart of European Union in Brussels, Belgium, or at a military recruitment center in Toronto, despite these recent tragedies, the Liberal government has allocated less than $60 million for our country's public safety. This government lacks credibility when addressing our national security, and these cuts go to prove how dangerously uninformed this Prime Minister and his advisors are by putting the safety and security of Canadians at risk. Madam Speaker, the Liberals are highlighting buzzwords and investments at a time when they should be restraining or reallocating its funds to serious issues like national security and public safety, which affects Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Before my colleagues from across the aisle start pointing fingers and accusing my caucus colleagues and I of being against investment in infrastructure, I want to clarify that this is not the truth. Conservatives support infrastructure spending that improve our quality of life and ensure that our goods to both domestic and international markets. Under the previous Conservative government, more money was invested in infrastructure than any other government in history. We were second amongst the G7 countries in 2014 in regards to infrastructure spending. In fact, Madam Speaker, under the Conservative government, over 1 million net new jobs were created, the most per capita in G7. These were high-quality jobs, with 80% of them full-time, and which 80% of them were created in a private sector. Madam Speaker, investing in infrastructure should create jobs, and those are investments that I support. But this is not the case with this government and their lackluster budget, because Canadian businesses which may be able to contribute to local infrastructure projects will not benefit from this plan, since the Liberals have decided to raise taxes on them. Worst of all, this government will force provinces to introduce a carbon tax that could cost families over $1,000 every year, and it will impact the ability of businesses to hire hardworking, deserving Canadians. Madam Speaker, I cannot support a budget full of money-grabbing measures meant to make all Canadians pay more, and now and for years to come. As such, I stand united with my caucus colleagues against this government and their senseless budget promises. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my constituents once more for enabling me to stand in this House today to voice their concern and the measures introduced 2 weeks ago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Markham Unionville for his contribution to this debate. The member and I share Our ridings are in the same region, York Region. And it's interesting to note that recently, the mayor of Markham and the chair of York Region both said that the infrastructure spending in the last 6 to 8 years was woefully inadequate. So how can he stand there today as the member for Markham and Unionville and not encourage the infrastructure spending in his municipality and not try to pretend that what was done in the past was sufficient? Because it wasn't. He knows it. Anyone that tries to get around our region knows that there needs to be more money spent on transportation, more money on key infrastructure items that just weren't done in the last 6 to 8 years. How does he answer to his constituents when they say we need more infrastructure spending and we need it now?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. Madam Speaker, this is the fact. All he have to go back and look at the record. The highest dollars were spent in 2014 by the Conservative government in the G7. So the numbers were, we spent the most money in the last budget, as well as, in fact, if I can raise something up here, the money what they're trying to spend, we don't have the money. We don't have the money. They're spending the kids' futures money, our future kids and the kids' kids. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to congratulate my friend from Markham Unionville for his very inspiring words. The last question focused on infrastructure, and we talked about infrastructure spending. During the campaign, the Liberals said they would focus extra spending on infrastructure. There is money for infrastructure, and we thank them for that. The problem is that's not where the majority of their spending is. It's all on program funding, which means permanent and locked in. That's the problem. We could go all and buy the biggest house and the best car, and if we're living beyond our means, at some point the bill comes in and we're responsible for it.
That's exactly it.
We're not in a recession. Our economy is showing signs of growth. So basically we're spending for the sake of spending. So what happens, Madam Speaker, when we do hit a recession? We have to dig deeper. That's the problem. And my friend here from Markham Unionville is from business. He's got a business background. I was wondering, how would you deal with this in the business world? Because you can't spend for the sake of spending and expect to come out ahead. We've seen this in Ontario.
Just a reminder that the members have to ask the question to the chair and not to the individual member. So the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, the honourable member, for the question. In a business, I've been in business most of my life, and if there is no money, you have to budget the budgets. You have to make sure you have a fiscal responsible. You want to make sure you have the money, or you can afford to pay the money back. In this case, $30 billion as in the election time, they was promised $10 billion deficit. Now it's gone to $30 billion deficit, and our future generations and for future generation are going to be on the hook. And this is why this is a bad budget, and we will not support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I find it truly amazing in the sense that the member, if I was listening to him, you would think he was commenting on a conservative budget of a year or two ago. The member needs to realize that the infrastructure dollars that the former Conservative government talked about never actually spent money. It was just a promise that sometime in the future we'll invest in Canada's infrastructure. This budget makes a commitment to spend today into infrastructure. It makes a commitment to children from every region of our country where we're going to see substantial increases through the Canada Child Tax Benefits. It invests in seniors. It invests seriously in infrastructure. Why would the member oppose a budget in which I would think would benefit so many of his constituents?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the Parliament Secretary. What I see is the number that are just reworked around. Madam Speaker, the children's tax credit, the children's art tax credit, and the tax credit for the post-secondary education and textbooks. Those were the serious tax credits. They're all gone, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the new Liberal government promised greater transparency, economic responsibility, and growth for the middle class. While these are laudable goals, which those on the Conservative benches certainly share, Budget 2016 falls far short of these aspirations. Despite aiming to boost GDP growth, Budget 2016 introduces measures which are either unrelated to growth or actually hinder growth. Despite its self-described goal of growing the middle class, Budget 2016's deficits form a burden on the middle class. Despite claiming to promote accountability, Budget 2016 is built of broken promises. Allow me to begin with the effect of the deficit on Canada's debt-to-GDP ratio. During the 2015 campaign, among a litany of other promises, the Liberals offered to run a modest deficit while lowering Canada's debt-to-GDP ratio. The deficit has since ballooned from the surplus, which the Conservatives left, right through the promised so-called modest deficit of only $10 billion. Meanwhile, the debt-to-GDP ratio has risen to a projected 32.5% in 2016. This brings me to two more broken promises. Contrary to its promise to return to surplus by the end of its mandate, the government is projecting deficits right through 2020. Not only does this break the promise of eventual surplus, it breaks the promise to run modest deficits of only $10 billion. Every single year in the government's term, it projects a deficit well over $10 billion. While calculating the deficit, the Liberals appear to have deliberately understated GDP growth estimates by $40 billion. By setting such a low baseline against which to measure future progress, the government is engaging in financial trickery. Even the Parliamentary Budget Office, the nonpartisan fiscal watchdog, disagrees with the government's projection as unrealistically low. Instead of being transparent and easy to understand, setting an unrealistically low starting point, perhaps in order to claim greater success than the real economic numbers support, is confusing and deceptive. It also gives the Liberals a chance to direct higher than expected revenues right back into spending instead of using them to reduce the deficit or pay down federal debt. This number fudging is mere political posturing, Madam Speaker. This is not prudent planning, and it's certainly not evidence-based policy. This raises yet another broken promise, that of the promise for infrastructure spending. When campaigning, the Liberals offered to run a $10 billion deficit to pay for infrastructure to stimulate greater economic growth. Indeed, this was the principal promise of the platform upon which the Liberals were elected. Canadians could be forgiven for thinking that that actually meant $10 billion worth of spending on infrastructure, not a mere $3.4 billion over 5 years to be spent on productive measures like public transit that we would support. The rest of the deficit is going to various other Liberal priorities. Not only is the spending on actual infrastructure lower than promised, the premise of kick-starting sluggish growth has now been undermined as well. Although the economy contracted in the first half of 2015, it grew more than the market expected in the second half of the year. The dip in early 2015 was due more to the collapse in commodity prices than to sluggish fundamentals. Despite the government's hope, social infrastructure spending in Canada will not counteract the challenges faced in the resource sector. In contrast, not killing or stalling pipeline projects like Northern Gateway and Energy East would actually benefit Canada and grow our GDP. Instead, the Liberals introduced a moratorium on tanker traffic on northern British Columbia's coast, thus blocking Northern Gateway, which was approved under the previous Conservative government. The Liberals are also moving the goalposts on the Energy East approval process. Not only does this not improve Canada's GDP, it actually deters new investment by creating uncertainty, which is exacerbated by the Prime Minister's remarks whenever he travels outside Canada. Speaking of promised measures which do not grow GDP, Madam Speaker, the government plans to spend $5 billion over 5 years on so-called green infrastructure. Other so-called green initiatives, such as working toward a national carbon tax, will directly harm GDP. Conservatives have been warning for years that a tax on carbon dioxide emissions is a tax on everything. pushing for carbon taxes and subsidizing unreliable renewals like wind and solar, which require 100% redundancy for cloudy and calm days, does not address Canada's long-term energy needs. A prosperous and sustainable economy requires abundant, clean, and inexpensive energy. Madam Speaker, I would like to remind the government that pipelines are infrastructure too. Indeed, they are the best kind of infrastructure, the kind which produces many well-paying and highly skilled jobs, and are financed by private money, and which address a pressing need for both the short and the long term. If the government wants to kickstart more economic growth, I encourage them to facilitate these pipeline projects without further delay. Moving on to another means of stimulating the economy, Madam Speaker, one of the best ways to grow GDP is to encourage small and medium-sized enterprises to expand. And one of the best ways of attracting new small and medium-sized enterprises and encouraging existing ones is through reasonable corporate tax rates. The government says that it understands this, but it is not acting on it. Mr. Speaker, on page 254 of the budget, the government acknowledges that corporate tax cuts produce the strongest economic growth in the long term. Yet, the Liberals are breaking another campaign promise, their promise to lower the small business tax rate to 9%. Mr. Speaker, it's fundamentally dishonest for a party to promise a deficit to fund infrastructure in order to boost GDP, then direct most of its new spending to unrelated measures while taking steps that actually impair growth. Such dishonesty puts the lie to another Liberal promise, that of more open, accountable, and transparent government. Mr. Speaker, the new Liberal government repeatedly boasts of its plan to be open and transparent. However, it is taking steps which directly contradict this lofty aim. Upon taking office, the government immediately stopped enforcing the First Nations Financial Transparency Act. Canada's Indigenous peoples receive much in the way of federal funding, but no longer have a legal claim to information on how their chiefs and councils spend it. The Liberals plan to spend just over $2 billion on social infrastructure in Indigenous communities with no accountability to the residents. My Conservative colleagues and I recognize that there are many issues in Indigenous communities that the government can and should address, such as the boil water advisories, which are a national disgrace. We support tackling such problems, but Mr. Speaker, we also know that fixing a problem today with no accountability for tomorrow means fixing it again in the future. Continuing to an issue of vital importance for Canada's democratic future, on page 209 of the budget, the government has set aside $10.7 million over 4 years for outreach and awareness regarding electoral reform, but no money for a referendum. Mr. Speaker, shall we expect funds for a referendum in a future budget? Or is the government planning to change the way that Canadians select their representatives without directly asking them? Open and transparent government demands putting such a pivotal question to the voters. Moving on to one last point about transparency, Madam Speaker, the Liberals made several commitments in their 2015 election platform which will cost a great deal to implement, but which they have not been included in this budget. How are Canadians to know what their government plans to spend when it comes to implementing all the recommendations of the recent Truth and Reconciliation Commission without having calculated the cost? How can Canadians know what the deficit or surplus will be in the coming years when the government is faced with negotiating a new health accord with high tax and spending provinces? Will the government reduce spending to accommodate these new expenses? Will it saddle future generations with higher taxes by borrowing to fund them? Or will these just be additional broken promises? To conclude, Madam Speaker, Budget 2016 demonstrates one deception after another. It demonstrates that the government misled Canadians in the 2015 election campaign regarding the purpose of running a deficit, with the course that such a deficit would take, the effect of a deficit on Canada's debt to GDP ratio, the efficacy of the measures the deficit was incurred to fund, and on the commitment to openness and transparency. Madam Speaker, 2016 is a budget built of broken promises.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge, for quite a detailed analysis. He has clearly read very carefully through the budget, but I find it interesting that he failed to mention the Canada Child Benefit, which was clearly a promise and very important part of what the Liberal government had promised to do. And I was wondering if he could comment, knowing that it is supposed to have an impact to actually increase benefits to 9 out of 10 families and to raise 300,000 children out of poverty across the country. Would he not actually agree that this will have a significant impact on people in his riding and on their lifestyle and their quality of life going forward?
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you for the comment and question. And I would reiterate that of the budget in total represents, for the most part, a litany of broken promises from the campaign. The honourable member across, no doubt, campaigned on the Liberal platform, which included a promise of a maximum $10 billion deficit. I don't doubt that the member in door-to-door conversations defended this promise and assured the voters of her constituency that they would not exceed the $10 billion deficit. And this was a promise that was completely abandoned immediately after the conclusion of the election, along with a litany of other broken promises, many of which other promises that are we could talk beyond the budget itself into broken promises when it comes to refugee policy and a number of other areas. So the budget is one built of broken promises that were committed by this party during its 2015 election.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. One of the issues that is being monitored closely by the City of Sherbrooke in my riding is the announcements in terms of infrastructure. Expectations are very high, obviously, before the presentation of the budget, and people were disappointed in many of my municipalities and across the country. And one of the problems with that for Quebec is that there must be an agreement. There's the Canada-Quebec agreement that must be put in place in order to roll out infrastructure. And that was not signed under the Conservatives, and it has not yet been signed under the Liberal government either, which means that the money doesn't get to where it needs to go. So although they announce large numbers, and the Conservatives did so before the Liberals, so really the money isn't getting to the municipalities. I'd like my colleague to comment on that. It didn't happen under his government, it's not happening now. And I'd like to know whether he also thinks that the announcement does not measure up to people's expectations, especially with regard to municipalities.
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, I thank the member for his question and his comments, and he does raise an important point, and it is true that our government, when in office, did announce and did approve projects that were unable to be completed, and yet I'm not sure what more our government could have done in some cases when the project is approved, when a municipality requests funding for a project and that funding is approved and the project isn't built. When the federal government has in fact approved the funds, I'm not certain how to be accountable for some of the management or issues at the local level that prevent a project from being completed. But I'm very proud of the track record that our party had in office with respect to approving infrastructure projects, and we approved the funding for the Green Line in Calgary, which represented at the time the largest federal investment in infrastructure in Calgary, that we did approve the money for that project.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member of Sanchi, Gulf Island. Madam Speaker, today I rise in this august house to recapitulate and review the promises made to the Canadians 6 months back. We are in the process of a journey whose major milestone has been unfolded by this budget. Canadians have struggled for last 10 years to get ahead, but most of them, the things were not getting better. The middle class remained stagnant for a very long time. Youth unemployment was eroding the faith of the young Canadians and their parents. They were not able to move up to the ladder. Rather, some of them were sliding downward. During our election campaign, we assured the Canadians a new direction for our economy. We promised to invest in people and the things which can make the lives of the middle class better. We all know that everyday lives can be better for the people if they have good long-term and consistent jobs. They must have better modes to commute. They also need better childcare, better schools, better hospitals, better medical infrastructure. In addition to it, we all need clean water, fresh air, green parks. All these things make the life of common person better and livable. Madam Speaker, I represent the riding of Brampton Centre. This is part of the GTA comprises of hard-working middle-class Canadians. Quite a few of my constituents work in the downtown Toronto and nearby areas. When we travel to the downtown Toronto or elsewhere around, we see the lifelines of the commuting, the so-called Highway 401, 410, 427, looks like the parking places. What a colossal wastage of the time and resources. This leads to loss of time for workers, which can either be spent for the work contributing to the economy or spent quality time with the families. That's why we assure the Canadians that this government has plans to invest in better means of transit, social and green infrastructure. Our economy will grow so that Canadians move ahead. Our government is open to working with provinces. The funding has been made flexible to the municipalities to have a coordinated, need-based, progressive improvement. Madam Speaker, investment in the transit infrastructure will help to make the positive difference in our lives. It will be government plan to quadruple federal investment in public transit to make sure that the projects actually get built. It will also boost the economy. This government has also planned to invest in social infrastructure, things like affordable housing, social housing, child care spaces, community centers, and also in youth and seniors. This government planned to invest nearly in green infrastructure. These all will create greener energy, cleaner land, and good jobs for the Canadians, leading to the stronger economy and cleaner environment. We assured the help to the middle class and also to those who are striving to join the middle class. The government is in the process of sending to the families a tax-free monthly Canada Child Benefit worth of $333 per month for one child. 9 out of 10 families will get more money for this plan. Middle-class Canadians can now save up to $760 per person each year, with maximum benefit of nearly $1,350 for a couple. Middle-class Canadians have more money in their pocket to save, to invest, and to grow. The economy is bound to benefit. This government has cut the middle income tax bracket to 20.5% from 22%. Canadians with taxable annual income between $44,700 and $89,401 have seen their income tax rates fall. To pay this tax cuts, the wealthy 1% of the Canadians are giving a little more. This government has introduced a new tax bracket of 33% for individuals earning more than $200,000 each year. Madam Speaker, our government has already assured the Canadians that we will lower the pensionable age to 65, thereby reducing the insecurity of old age created by the previous government. Our government is taking direct action for working with provinces and territories to provide Canadians with a more secure retirement. Therefore, the quality of the lives of the seniors is a major concern for our government. In pursuit to the goal of widespread prosperity, our government is also in the process of improving the access to the employment insurance benefits. We all know that Canada is a country of small and medium-sized enterprises. The enterprises are backbone of our country. Our prosperity is embodied in the entrepreneurs who take chances. It is imperative that the business reduce costs and improve productivity if they have to survive the global competition over mid and long term. And this is our innovation is our mantra now. Madam Speaker, this government has been encouraging and has also planned to invest in innovation in all and every field. The previous government had been ignoring people who did most of the heavy lifting. Canadians were working harder and longer, but some of them were sliding downward. The persistent lack of opportunities for youth was having a far-reaching impact on struggling classes. Development plans were not managed with a vision. Too many eggs were put in one basket, which has not worked well for the overall economy. Temporary foreign workers program started by the previous government proved to be counterproductive. These programs were filling the jobs which could have been filled by the qualified Canadians. Therefore, there needs to be streamline of this process. Madam Speaker, I was fortunate that Honourable Minister for Immigration and Citizenship announced proposed progressive measures in my riding itself for implementing the vision of the immigration. These will encourage pathway to the reunification of the families and citizenship to those who come to Canada to work, and will also review the temporary foreign workers program on need basis criteria. Madam Speaker, Honourable Finance Minister has presented his maiden budget. Canadians can see themselves that a new hope is getting translated into reality. This budget has ushered in an era of implementation for what we had been promising to the Canadians, a real change. The spending on the infrastructure is realistic. Keeping in view the long-term goal, Canada needs fiscal measures that will boost productive capacity. We see in this budget a growth, a friendly tax policy, an openness to trade and competition, and supportive reforms. This budget lays out a credible plan for fiscal sustainability. It also aims to ensure the Canadians that federal government is dealing with economic challenges with prudence. I compliment Honourable Finance Minister and his team for their vision, effort, hard work put in this regard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Foothills. Oh, sorry. Is it Brandon Sears? Oh, Barry. Barry Innisfil.
There you go.
Sorry.
You got it, Madam Speaker.
I want to ask the honourable member, because he talked about a lot of things in his speech, a lot of promises, which we now know as broken Liberal promises, and one of them was with respect to the middle-class tax cut, when he said that they were going to lower taxes on the middle class and asked the top 1% to pay a little bit more. Well, it turns out that, in fact, all Canadians will be paying a lot more because, according to the figures of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, in fact, there's a $1.3 billion deficit, which means Canadian taxpayers will have to pay that for this year alone. And over the course of 8 years, it means roughly $6.8 billion, I believe the number was, or $8.9 billion over 6 years. So I wonder, and I would ask the honourable member, how he explains that broken campaign promise to the members of his riding.
The honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm thankful to the honourable member from the opposite. This budget is really a budget which is giving hope to the Canadians regarding, mostly to the middle class, those who are striving hard to join the middle class, and giving them a hope that this budget is going to give them more jobs, more benefits, and our government has decided to cut taxes to 20% to 20.5% from 22%, and giving benefit to the Canadians. When the Canadians get money into their pockets, and they are in a better position, Canada will be in a better position.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This budget would have been an opportunity, and a very good one, to announce the restoration of mail home delivery. There was a lot of talk about this during the election campaign by the now Prime Minister. He said he was going to restore this service. And I think it would have been an opportunity to make that announcement in the budget, to deliver the goods on the promise that he made. Now, people have to go to the Liberal website to see what the real promises are. So I wonder if my colleague could say whether his community is still eager to have home delivery, especially downtown areas where there are a lot of seniors. Does he think that the Prime Minister should keep his promise and restore home delivery as promised?
Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the member for the comments, which is really a question which is already agreed by the Liberal Party that they will restore the home deliveries. But Ms. Madam Speaker, this budget is giving all the aspects of the spending, which is for the middle class people. The spending will be the long-term investment and the better investment for the better future. It will be spent in a very to create the good jobs and the cleaner environment for the Canadians.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. A brief.
Very briefly. Madam Speaker, the member highlighted, I think, a very important aspect of the budget that hasn't really been given that much attention. It was the issue in terms of the problem with getting processing of spouses from abroad. This budget does incorporate additional financing that will ultimately see families being reunited that much quicker. And I'm wondering if member might want to just talk a little bit more about how important it is that the Canadian government speed up the processing so we get spouses in Canada that much earlier, sooner.
A very brief answer from the member from Brampton Centre.
Madam Speaker, the amendments into the Immigration Act, which was announced by Honourable Minister in my riding, they clearly indicates that there will be reunification of the families, which families are very happy I being in the same profession as in the immigration lawyer, I had been I see the people, those who were crying to get their parents reunited with them, but it was very hard because the laws which were being amended day by day were very harsh, and they were not giving privilege to the people to get their parents home. And this budget has given the chance for reunification of the parents.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
Order, please. This is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Sanish Gulf Islands on Indigenous Affairs, the Honourable Member for Windsor West on gasoline prices, and the Honourable Member for Victoria on justice. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Sanish Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Je veux remercier mon collègue.
I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Brampton Centre, for sharing his time for me and his time with me and allowing me to speak on the 2016 budget.
I have the 10 minutes into three general categories, Madam Speaker. First, the overall quality of the budgetary information. Secondly, a quick review of those things that are pretty good but not good enough. And lastly, concerns about the environmental content of the budget. First, on the quality of the budget. This is something that I think parliamentarians need to spend a lot more time talking about and demanding of Finance Canada. It's been a number of years since I've been able to find in the budget of Canada something that I think most Canadians would expect us to find, something called a budget, a statement of revenues, a statement of expenses, a bottom line, clear information. I started saying of the previous government that we should really stop calling it the budget and call it the annual spring thick brochure so we'd know what we were talking about. I expected more clarity of information, frankly, from the new finance minister, but as we've seen in the information from the Parliamentary Budget Office and their review of this document, we still don't have detailed tables to identify the impacts of changes. The budget 2016 is actually shortened the time horizon on cost estimates from 5 years to 2 years, and it's going to be increasingly difficult to reconcile the program information with the budgetary information with our main estimates and our supplementary estimates. So I urge the new government to make sure that 2016 is the last budget that's not really a budget. In addition to the things that PBO has asked for, I would like to see a return to budget documents that include a statement of the budgets that are comparable from the previous year to the next year, department by department. Quite often in the budgets over the last number of years, you can see an announcement there's money for a department to do whatever, but you can't figure out for months, if you ever can, whether that's new money, reprofiled money, exactly whether that's a real commitment. So I'd like to see that. Another thing I'd like the Minister of Finance to do before next year, and as a matter of fact, as quickly as possible, legislation to enshrine the Parliamentary Budget Office and the Parliamentary Budget Officer as independent officers of Parliament and properly funded and not subsumed in the budget of the Library of Parliament. PBO does an amazing job for us as parliamentarians. They should not have to fight tooth and claw for information from Finance Canada. It should be as available to them as it is to us, and we're not seeing that change yet. Now, this budget is clearly much more welcome to the Green Party of Canada than the ones over the last 10 years. I don't open it and cringe and fear weeping at every page. So let me go through those things that are good but not good enough. It's certainly welcome to see $8.4 billion allocated to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities. It's good but not good enough because it neglected where we really need to see some increased spending, which is on care of children in those communities. Specific child care dollars were missed. We need more attention on those key areas. So it's certainly welcome, but falls a bit short there, actually more than a bit short. It completely omits, as Cindy Blackstock has pointed out, money for First Nations children and to make sure we act on all the commitments under the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I was pleased to see action to assist young Canadians or any students with student debt in making that more manageable. But when you read very carefully, you find there is no new money for that. It is reprofiled in ways that will help students carry student debt and ensure they don't have to start paying student debt back until they're making more money. Encouraging, but not good enough. There's more money for international development for Global Affairs Canada, but not nearly enough to catch up to where Canada should be. I want to see a reinstatement of our goal as a nation to 0.7% of our GDP into international development assistance. We're far, far short of that, even with the modest increase to spending in this budget. Very welcome is to see money for housing, the federal government back involved in housing. Very important that we do that, but I was very disappointed not to see money in this budget for energy retrofits, and I'll return to that. It's also welcome to see a return to funding of basic science. The notion that we won't fund anything unless it has an immediate commercial application. It's very welcome to see a return to basic science research and more money for hiring scientists, such as the $40 million that was recently announced for Department of Fisheries and Oceans to start rehiring their scientists. Parks and marine protected areas also get funding. But a budget is, as one of Canada's greatest environmental thought leaders said, and he passed away earlier this year. I'll take a moment to note that Jim McNeil's passing is devastating to the whole policy community that has done any work on sustainable development. But Jim McNeil always said the single most important environmental statement from any government is its budget. And analyzing this budget for the environmental promises is where we find the deepest disappointment. First, to infrastructure. Given that the election campaign, the Liberals promised to spend enough on infrastructure to stimulate our economy and to hire a great deal more people, to make sure that we have a strong and vibrant economy that can get us out of the deficit, that was the premise of their election campaign. And I have to say, I don't quibble with that. The Green Party platform was a balanced budget, but I'm easily persuaded that in a weak economy, a stagnant economy, when the cost of borrowing is as low as it is today, it's not a bad idea to go into deficit to kickstart the economy. It's a good idea. But they fell so far short of what needs to be done to create the investments that we need in infrastructure and green infrastructure to create that vibrant economy. So in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, we hear in this budget and read that over the next 10 years, there'll be $120 billion invested in infrastructure. That's a big number, and it sounds great till you realize that part one is the next 5 years past the next election, in which 10%, less than 10% of that money will be spent, $11.9 billion. The 90% of the $120 billion comes to us in the second 5-year period. Now, that's important to note because what it means is that for public transit money that's desperately needed, there's only $3.4 billion over 3 years. It's not enough to significantly reduce greenhouse gases by moving us to public transit. And again, a key piece of stimulus spending that would have put tens of thousands of Canadians to work quickly is to fund eco-energy projects. The previous Liberal government, under previous Prime Minister Paul Martin, created the program. It was wildly successful. It delivered on greenhouse gas reductions, and homeowners loved it, contractors loved it, building supply companies loved it. It worked, and it should have come back in this budget, and it should have come back and been expanded to include institutions like universities and schools and hospitals to replace inefficient furnaces, to bring in heat pumps, to employ a legion, in fact, an army of carpenters and electricians and plumbers who could go to work to deliver. It's missing, and that's a shame, and I hope it will get serious consideration before the 2017 budget so that we can actually approach and attack the 30% of greenhouse gases that come from leaky buildings in Canada. But I have to say the most despairing that I was in reading this was when I came to a section which is described as restoring trust in environmental assessment. This is at page 165 of the budget. Restoring trust in environmental assessment requires fixing the Environmental Assessment Act. The Environmental Assessment Act, originally brought in 1993, was repealed in 2012 in Spring Omnibus Budget Bill C-38. This section of the budget suggests we're going to keep the broken, bogus, useless EA that was brought in under C-38, and we're going to keep it for 4 more years. It's specifically referenced as getting funded for 4 more years. This is an enormous mistake, and it must be reversed. Similarly, we must get rid of what C-38 did to our Fisheries Act, to the Navigable Waters Protection Act, which was in the fall budget omnibus bill C-45. We need to fix our environmental laws if we're going to have a hope of restoring public trust in the EA process. This must be fixed, and it's a budgetary issue, but it's an urgent parliamentary concern that we undo the damage that every single member of the opposition fought against in 2012. Every New Democrat, every Liberal, every Green fought that, and we need to pay attention to the mistakes in this budget and fix it immediately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for not giving you the 1-minute signal, but I was really interested in your speech, and I kind of lost track of time, so sorry about that. The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands for her thoughtful speech and for her engagement on Budget 2016. Madam Speaker, over the past few weeks, we've heard a lot of discussion in this House on Canada's oil and gas resources. For our friends in the Conservative caucus, it can't happen fast enough that resources get to Tidewater, even though in the last 10 years they have not achieved one pipeline that has actually reached Tidewater. The Liberal Party, the government, has committed to a more robust, transparent environmental assessment process that Canadians can trust and have confidence in. And I wonder if the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands could elaborate in a bit more detail what the conditions are for her under which Canada's oil and gas resources would be able to reach Tidewater.
Sandwich Gulf Island.
Thank you. And I neglected to observe that I stand on the traditional territory of the Algonquin First Nation and do so with gratitude. The name of my riding derives from the name Saanich, of the Saanich people of the southern Vancouver Island, who have unceded treaty rights and, in fact, Douglas Treaty rights to the use and occupation of the territory, so HoC, that I live on your territory. There is no circumstance in which I'm the least bit interested in seeing unprocessed resources reach Tidewater. It is an inanity in large letters. When did Canadians ever think it was a smart use of our resources to ship them out raw as fast as possible? We do that with forest products, but I can tell you on Vancouver Island, we deeply regret every raw log shipped offshore. Value-added processing of resources, whether forest resources, fishery resources, or bitumen resources, makes sense. Building pipelines no one wants for tankers that are dangerous to ship raw products to other countries makes no sense.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for her comments as well. I, too, was quite struck by the budget when the documents were tabled. Not is it that the information was not forthcoming. Literally, you actually can't find the information in terms of what the budgetary items are in terms of the actual spending in comparison to previous years. On top of that, I was quite struck by the process in terms of the budgets being debated in committee, whereby in most instances I think the minister will only be at committee for 1 hour. We're talking about billions of dollars of spending to which scrutinizing these budgets MPs will only get 1 hour in committee to do this work. So I would certainly love to see change in that regard, and I wonder if the member could comment on that and share her views around that as well.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
It's one of the critical things that we're entrusted with here as members of Parliament. The fundamental principle is that Parliament controls the public purse. That means it's incumbent on each and every one of us as members of Parliament to have access to proper information and be able to study it properly. There have been a lot of sloppy practices developed over time. It's not new. I certainly can't lay it at the door of the new government, but I expect them to do more to clean it up. We have billions of dollars of spending in supplementary estimates approved and deemed to have been studied. This has to stop, and I completely agree with my friend from Vancouver East. We need access to information, it needs to be clear, and we need time to properly question not just the minister, but those officials within Finance Canada who can provide proper answers quickly.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would ask the member what her thoughts are, specifically with respect to the Canada Child Benefit Program, which we believe will lift literally hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty in every region of our country.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, a brief response, please.
It's hard to give a brief response. I want to see universal child care back in this country. We don't get to it with the child care benefit, but I do agree that it makes sense to target child care needs to parents that need the help. I also support getting rid of the boutique tax cuts. The current government just got started at it. I hope they'll do more to clean up the tax code, but in general, I support public spending for community recreation facilities more than private reimbursement to wealthy families who had their kids in sports anyway.
Reprise de débat, resuming
debate.
For Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. I am very pleased today to speak in support of Budget 2016. This is a budget that invests in Canadians, that invests in people. The greatest asset in any democratic country are the combined knowledge, experiences, ideas, and creativity of the people. When we invest in those ideas, when we give every Canadian a real and fair chance to succeed, when we make sure that everyone has the opportunities that they need to contribute to growing our economy, then we all do better. This is a budget that will create growth that is inclusive for all. Recent graduates in my riding of Ottawa West Nepean are looking for good jobs where they can use their skills. New immigrants are eager to start businesses and find jobs so that they can give something back to the country that welcomed them. In my riding, there are many highly educated and skilled workers who lost their jobs when Nortel collapsed and who are looking for venture capital so that they can take their good ideas to market. By focusing our budget on growing the economy rather than on cuts or austerity, we are ensuring that they will all have their chance to build their dreams. And for every dollar that we invest in Canadians, it will come back to us over and over again in the future. Budget 2016 will invest in research, innovation, and commercialization of new ideas. This includes an additional $95 million a year to the granting councils, HoC and CERC, and the Canadian Institute for Health Research. Budget 2016 also provides $800 million for innovation networks and clusters, as well as measures to scale up businesses, help small and medium enterprises to grow, and provide support for accelerators and incubators.
Many residents of Ottawa West Nepean are public servants after many years of job cuts and lack of respect for federal scientists, researchers, diplomats, experts, and professionals. Our government is prepared to listen to their experience and good ideas. Budget 2016 commits to strengthening the public service, which is one of the best in the world, and give the space and opportunity to public servants to provide advice based on concrete evidence. We are committed to negotiating in good faith and never making unilateral changes to collective agreements.
To Canada in the 1960s. And if I may, Madam Speaker, today is the 50th anniversary of the day that my mother first landed in Canada as a 19-year-old young woman by herself immigrating to Canada. So my mother, Maria, this is a shout out for her. My sister and I, being the daughters of immigrants, had the opportunity to go to university. We had the opportunity to get good jobs, to succeed in life. This is my wish for every single child in Canada. The new Canada Child Benefit will give 9 out of 10 families more money in their pockets to help with the cost of raising children. It will raise hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. It is income tested, so those making less money will receive more. The average family will see $2,300 more every year because of this benefit. And we will not tax it back, so all of the money will stay in their pockets. This is in addition to the middle-class tax cut that we have already put into place, which will benefit 9 million Canadians. Many of the most vulnerable in my riding of Ottawa West Nepean are seniors. In Canada today, there are more people over the age of 65 than there are children under 15. I have a constituency with more seniors than most others in the country. Many of them are single seniors and single women living in poverty. Budget 2016 commits to increasing the guaranteed income supplement for single seniors by 10%. This will benefit 900,000 seniors. We will also work with the provinces to enhance the Canada Pension Plan and reset the age of retirement for OAS from age 67 back to age 65. In addition, we will provide over $200 million over the next 2 years for affordable housing specifically for seniors, which will benefit 5,000 low-income seniors. This is part of an infrastructure program that will invest $3.4 billion in social infrastructure over the next 2 years, including $2.3 billion for affordable housing, which will upgrade or build 100,000 affordable housing units for the most vulnerable. One of the most important parts of ensuring that every Canadian has a real and fair chance to succeed is access to education. In Budget 2016, we are providing students with up to $1,000 more per year in the Canada Student Grants, which will help 247,000 low-income students. Budget 2016 puts an additional $165 million into the Youth Employment Strategy, which includes doubling the Canada Summer Jobs Program. That program will do much to help students find meaningful employment, but it is also going to benefit many nonprofit organizations and small businesses by giving them more staff support over the summer. In addition, we will provide support for co-op student programs for students, particularly those in the STEM professions. Even with these job programs, some students still have trouble finding well-paying full-time jobs after graduation. That is why Budget 2016 makes a commitment to students that they will not have to repay their student loans until they are making at least $25,000 a year.
By investing in Canadians, we must recognize that not all Canadians have equal benefits or advantages. Women in Canada still only earn 73 cents on the dollar earned by men. Women face larger responsibilities as caregivers. They are underrepresented in the higher echelons of corporations and in politics and are more likely to face violence.
Invests almost $90 million to build 3,000 new shelter spaces for victims of violence. The budget also includes $23 million for the status of women, which will allow them to expand their programs. I wish to make a special note that the budget includes funding to restore the Court Challenges program. This vital program allows Canadians who would otherwise not be able to afford the legal fees to bring cases forward based on the Charter of Rights. This program, until it was cancelled by the previous government, was vital to many of the advances that have been made for women and other groups based on the Charter.
I was personally very proud to receive messages from my former colleagues at the United Nations concerning the strength of Canada's delegation at the Commission on the Status of Women last month. The Prime Minister demonstrated true commitment to the equality of the sexes, both in Canada and worldwide. As a result, Canada got a place at the Commission. I could not be more satisfied.
So pleased that the budget commits an additional $256 million over 2 years to increasing international assistance. I have seen firsthand the need to invest in development of democratic institutions, pluralism, civil society, and peacekeeping around the world, especially in failed and fragile states. I also look forward to Canada once again leading the world when it comes to peacekeeping and implementation of Security Council Resolution 1325, which says that women must be involved in all levels of peace negotiation and peacekeeping operations. Canada is uniquely positioned in the world to make a real difference, to lead responsibly, and to bring true conviction to our foreign policy. 1 in 3 residents in my constituency were not born in Canada. The proudest moments that I've had since becoming a Member of Parliament have been when I have seen the generosity of spirit of the many Canadians who have come forward to help the Syrian refugees. This is why I am very supportive of measures in the budget that will allow 10,000 more privately sponsored refugees from Syria and increase the number of permanent residents by 7%, allowing for 300,000 new permanent residents. I also fully support measures to facilitate family reunification, including 20,000 parents and grandparents. And to ensure that families don't have to be separated for long periods of time, we will be spending $25 million more to reduce processing times and handle the backlog of people waiting for their cases to be resolved. I look forward to many happy reunions in the near future. Madam Speaker, there are many more measures in Budget 2016 that will benefit Canadians. This is a budget that is truly inclusive of all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much for your speech. One main concern that I have is we continue to use the word average, and we have seen that there has been changes with Stats Canada on what the average family in Canada is making, and I'm wondering, what is your definition of average? Can you please give me an actual number, please?
The honourable member for Ottawa West and Nepean.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. In the case that I was referring to, average, that was just the average of the families, but I think what you might be referring to is what we would consider middle-class Canadians. And if you look at the middle-class tax cut, it applies to the tax bracket between $45,000 and $90,000. So that, in terms of just simple math, that's who we would be referring to. But I think that most people would recognize that Canadians who rely on a paycheck, Canadians who have to worry about whether or not they can pay their mortgage if they lose their job. I think that's what most of us, myself included, that's what most of us are in that category. We don't live off of our investments. And I think that that's probably what most people understand to be average Canadians. But I prefer to think of nobody as average. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments and congratulations to her mother for having arrived here 50 years ago. The member talks a lot about immigration and the importance of immigration and the immigrant community in her riding. In this budget, there is an injection of $25 million to process applications for the family class of the applications. But however, in the last 5 years, from 2010 to 2015, the Conservative government actually cut $350 million out of processing on the immigration file. And the Liberals actually promised during the campaign $25 million one-time injection, and then plus an ongoing $50 million each year after that. And that's nowhere to be found in the budget. So I ask whether or not the member will stand with me to call on her government to inject and keep to that promise the additional $50 million each year so that we can get the backlogs and the processing done.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for that incredibly important question. This is probably, since being elected, the #1 issue that I am getting in my constituency office. And there are heartbreaking stories where mothers have had to leave their children and made a terrible choice to be able to come to Canada. And that is a legacy of the cuts that the honourable member refers to over the last 10 years. And that's why our government has committed to restoring the funding, to making sure that we deal with those backlogs, and to making sure we decrease the processing times, in particular for family class immigrants, because keeping families apart, especially the families, mothers, fathers with children, that's something that makes it even more difficult when they arrive in Canada if they've been apart for a number of years. So why on earth would we want to do that? So I'm very grateful for the question, and this is certainly something that's a priority for the people in my riding, and I know that it is a priority for the Minister of Immigration, who has been doing a wonderful job so far in trying to fix what has happened over the last 10 years in that department. Thank you.
Merci. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on her very eloquent speech. As usual, she provided us with a very comprehensive overview of all the benefits of this budget. And I'm sure, but I would like to hear it from her, that the investments in the National Capital Region are a good thing. Both of us are active members of the National Capital Caucus, and I am sure that she will have noticed the investments in public infrastructure assets, in public transit, and other national capital-rated sectors.
Une réponse courte de la députée de Ottawa-Ouest, Nepean.
Oui, merci beaucoup à ma collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague. It is true. Here in the National Capital, there have been a great many investments, not only in public transit, although the LRT is one of the great things, but also in innovation in order to increase investments in small and medium-sized businesses, and all in the public, and also in the public service. That's important for our community, and thank you very much.
Debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since I was elected to this House 6 months ago, I have met individually or in small groups with hundreds of people in my riding of Laurentides-Labelle, where I was born, grew up, where I now live, and where I raised my family. I can tell you that it's quite a riding. It is 4 times larger than Prince Edward Island and 40 times larger than Montreal Island. It has almost as many mayors and town councillors as there are here in the House of Commons. To clearly understand the major issues of the region and how we can address its challenges, I met with representatives of dozens of chambers of commerce, charities, and community organization. Not everything is about the budget. This budget goes a long way towards improving the situation in my region. In the south, that is in the RCM of des Pays-en-Haut, where you can find Sainte-Anne-des-Lacs, Saint-Sauveur, Piémont, Estérel, Sainte-Marguerite-du-Lac-Masson, and Sainte-Adèle, the population is more concentrated and testifies to the region's diversity. This is the last, most northern suburb of Montreal. There's a lot of tourism there, and many people take their retirement there. And it is also a place where state-of-the-art technologies are thriving. It is a fortunate region, but there are many underprivileged. It is the only place that has no sports center for young people, and it has the highest average population age. At the last census, the average age in Saint-Sauveur was 54.7 years. The budget provides for a major top-up to the GIS, which will help lift 900,000 people out of poverty, seniors out of poverty. It will also invest in recreation infrastructure, so that's a good budget for my region. Further north, the RCM of des Laurentides has 20 municipalities: Val-Morin, Val-David, Saint-Agathe-des-Monts, Ivry-sur-le-Lac, Sainte-Lucie-des-Laurentides, where I grew up, Lantier, Val-des-Lacs, Lac-Supérieur, Saint-Faustin-Lac-Carré, Arundel, Parkmere, Montcalm, Saint-Rémy-d'Amherst, Brébeuf, Huberdeau, Mont-Tremblant, that most members know well, Lac-Tremblant-Nord, La Conception, La Belle et La Minerve. The economic interests of this region are also diversified, but there's a certain imbalance. Tourism is the foundation of the economy. There are many things to do. For example, there's lots of ski in the wintertime, there are sugar shacks in the spring, and beautiful landscapes in the fall. Many of the jobs there are seasonal. The job outlook is not very good for young people. The changes that the former Conservative government made to the EI system hurt economic development. The eligibility of seasonal workers for EI went from 80% to some 20%. Because of the lack of high-speed internet services and limited cell coverage, many of our villages do not have these services, and therefore young people do not stay in the region and tend to move to the cities. This budget tackles these problems. The changes that we will bring to the EI system will start helping seasonal workers in my region. Since my region is based on tourism, people are particularly vulnerable to economic fluctuations. In times of prosperity, the region flourishes, but when there's an economic slowdown, there are tremendous impacts. And the impacts of the economy of the country is particularly felt. So we need certain tools to get through hard times. In the north, Antoine Labelle RCM has 17 municipalities. Rivière-Rouge, Nomineng, La Macasa, l'Ascension, Lac-Saguet, Lac des Écorces, Chute-Saint-Philippe, Lac-Saint-Paul, Mont-Saint-Michel, Saint-Anne-du-Lac, Ferme-Neuve, Mont-Laurier, which is the largest city in my riding, Saint-Aimé-du-Lac-des-Îles, Notre-Dame-de-Pontmain, Notre-Dame-du-Laus, Lac-du-Cerf, et Kiamika. And there are many thousands of square kilometers that are on non-organized territory. This RCM has 10,000 square kilometers, and it is the largest and most underprivileged RCM of Quebec. There's a great deal of hinterland, there are controlled economic zones, and parks. 80% of this economy is based on forestry. So the forestry crisis in 2008 hit this region hard. So it needs a lot of investment because it has many obstacles. In 1987, Brian Mulroney's Conservative government showed its lack of vision by amending the national law on transport, and therefore many railway lines were abandoned. In the following 2 years, thousands of kilometers of railway were abandoned and dismantled. I was told at the time the 200 kilometers of railway that went through my current riding, which allowed for the construction and development of our region, were sold to a business that dismantled our regional infrastructure. And we were lucky because the railway right-of-way was conserved. And therefore, we were able to create the bike path called Le Petit Train du Nord, which is popular. 1.4 million people take this bike path either on ski, on bike, or on skidoos. And therefore, it is a major tourist attraction for much of the territory. However, the disappearance of the railway hit our industry very hard. This region is directly linked to the south and the west. From Mont-Laurier, you can go towards the western part of Canada through Abitibi, or you can go to Ottawa and Montreal. So my region has many issues to deal with. The main route crosses Antoine Labelle RCM, and it's the 117, so it's part of the Trans-Canada Highway. If you want to go to Montreal or transport cargo from Montreal to Western Canada without going through Southern Ontario, you have to go through Antoine Labelle RCM. This part of 117 has a lot of traffic. There are some 500,000 heavy trucks that use it each year, and there are a great many traffic jams. So without a railway, there are no other possibilities. On some parts of the 117, with a single traffic jam, can cause major problems. Now, it is the Trans-Canada, but it is administered by the provinces. I can see that this budget will help our provinces and municipalities invest in essential infrastructure, and I am anxious to see the result of these investments. In the long term, I hope that I will see the return of the railway to rural regions in my riding so that we can grow their economy without harming the environment. In addition to social, economic, and infrastructure problems in my region, there is another problem, and that is the major delay in digital infrastructure. We're not talking about just a few years, we're talking about an entire generation, and that prevents us from putting solutions in place. Entire cities have no cell phone coverage. Entire cities have practically no high-speed internet service. And even there, once you're away from downtown, there's nothing. This reality means that there is an exodus of young people. Businesses do not want to set up shop. There can be no telework. It hurts economic development. And it accentuates the divide between urban and rural regions, which is unacceptable. Today, high-speed internet access can no longer be reserved for people who are more privileged, people who live in large urban centers, or people who are more educated. No, it is a right for all Canadians and an essential service for anyone who wants to participate in our society. So our role as parliamentarians is to do what needs to be done to make sure that their service is just as accessible as electricity and running water. Mr. Speaker, internet access is no longer an option. It's part of society. And that is why I'm so happy about the $500 million that the government will be investing under this budget in wide bandwidth internet access. Madam Speaker, our budget takes into account the needs of rural regions in Canada and is a first step towards bridging the gap between rural and urban regions. In addition to helping out members of the middle class and those who want to join it, our budget will help many municipalities participate fully in the economy and society of today, and I commend the Minister of Finance and the government for the work that they have done by drafting this document. This is a plan that will make our country more inclusive, that will restore hope to millions of Canadians, and a plan, Madam Speaker, that will give my region trust in the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He represents a beautiful riding. It's almost as beautiful as my riding in the Eastern Townships. But there was something that intrigued me in his speech. He talked about the fact that the forest industry had weathered a crisis. And when he talked about that, I wondered what solution he was going to propose or what he was going to announce. But unfortunately, he didn't really put forward any solutions in his speech. So I was wondering what the Liberal government intends to do, because in the budget, clearly, there's no mention of the forest industry at all. So how is he going to explain that to the people in his riding who put their trust in him to represent them here in this House? And as soon as there's an opportunity to find solutions for this industry, well, there's a big blank in the budget. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is clear that It is clear that the government is working very hard on this. We don't have a final solution yet. It's not an issue that we're going to give up on. I certainly won't, because it's very important for my riding. It is something that touches us all. We're looking at projects. We're looking at how we can help this industry out, and we will find a solution, I'm sure.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was wondering if I could get the honourable member to comment on the middle-class tax cut. Some would say it's probably the biggest fraud of this budget, but I certainly wouldn't use such harsh language. There are 1.6 million families that make $48,000 to $62,000 a year, and on average, those families are going to see a middle-class decrease or tax cut of about $51, and it goes up incrementally. 62 to 78,000, we'll see about $117. 124 to 166,000, $521, and then 166 to $211,000, we'll see a tax decrease of about $813. Now, granted, the top 1% of 211,000 will see an increase of $29.12, but as we found out from the parliamentary budget officer, a $1.3 billion deficit this year and then $8.9 billion over 6 years. So I'm asking the honourable member through you, Madam Speaker, how does he feel about giving himself, and how does the members of the Liberal caucus feel about giving themselves a bigger tax decrease than those families, those 1.6 million families who are making $48,000 to $62,000 a year?
L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Mr. Speaker, I'm enjoying this question. If the Conservatives would like to talk about budget fraud, we've got about 100 and something years to look at in the Conservatives' history. Do the Conservatives know the last time a Conservative government went from a budget deficit to a budget surplus by any chance? I'm just wondering. The last one was John A. Macdonald, who managed to go from a deficit to a surplus in his time in office. And even he was a Liberal Conservative. So, Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives talk about budget fraud, I'm really not sure. Who are they talking about? They're talking about their own long history of dishonesty in government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I just want to say I am a Madam Speaker and not a Mr. Speaker. So, questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, I was inspired by the Conservative when he wanted to talk about feelings. And I'm wondering if my colleague can talk about the feelings of a bill which actually gave the middle class of Canada a tax cut. And the Conservative members actually voted against a tax cut to Canada's middle class. Who's that middle class? Well, we're talking about teachers, firefighters, industrial workers, Madam Speaker, individuals from every region of our country that were given that tax cut, supporting Canada's middle class. My question to the member is, does he think maybe there's a few feelings across the way that are a little bit sore because they were forced to vote against a very progressive bill that ultimately gave a tax cut to Canada?
There's not much time left, so the member has about 10 seconds to answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not really sure when the Conservatives gained an interest in the middle class. This is entirely new to all of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle, resuming debate.
For Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Essex. Madam Speaker, I'm honoured to share with this House my riding's concerns and hopes in response to the federal budget. The people of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore and Belcarra are excited to be free from over a decade of Conservative rule. For too long, our country has turned its back on science, turned its back on seniors, turned its back on youth, turned its back on the environment and climate change, and turned its back on working families. On October 15th, Canadians voted for change, and it is my job to make sure they get it. To cut through the spin and the selfies, and to get to the truth. We need to make sure that the hope created by the Conservatives' defeat does not sour into cynicism caused by broken promises and missed opportunities. On Budget Day, the hope of Canadians was on display. Canadians wanted to see the Liberals' campaign promises become reality. However, I'm sorry to report the Liberal budget spends much but accomplishes little. Where it counts, this budget comes up short for Canadians today who are increasingly unable to afford the cost of housing, childcare, and prescription medications. It does nothing to confront the threats of Canadians facing tomorrow, such as the funding for home care for our aging population, restoring the $36 billion cut to health care, and investing in an economy that is environmentally sound and socially responsible. For a budget targeted at the middle class, the main beneficiaries of it are anyone but. This Liberal budget adds to the abundance of those who already have, and it forgets to provide for those who have not. It allows wealthy CEOs to continue avoid paying their fair share of taxes on stock option income, a broken Liberal promise that will cost taxpayers $1.6 billion over the next 2 years. At a time when Canadians across the country need jobs, the Liberals broke their promise to reduce the tax rate for small businesses. Small and medium-sized businesses are the largest job creators in the country, and that small tax cut would help our local economy recover and allow communities to thrive. This cash grab from small businesses comes from the Liberals' much-lauded revenue-neutral middle-class tax cut, a tax cut that redistributes wealth from the super-rich to the almost-as-rich, adding $1.5 billion to our ballooning budget deficit. Canadians can't afford Liberal mistakes and bad math. They need real investments that will create jobs and expand the public service. Unfortunately, Canadians have already waited 10 long years for change, but they'll have to keep waiting. While we wait for real small business investments and job creation measures, Canadians need access to employment insurance they deserve. Budget 2016 expands employment insurance benefits for some, but ignores those hardest hit by the collapse in commodity prices. Out-of-work Canadians can't understand the government's inaction as they struggle to pay the bills. I urge the government to rethink its decision and ensure that benefits get to those who need them most. In my home province of British Columbia, we are waiting for the Liberals to make good on their promise to defend our coastline and protect our mariners. During the election campaign, the Liberals repeatedly promised to reopen the Kitsilano Coast Guard Station to its former full complement and to keep marine communication traffic service centres in British Columbia open. Even Liberal MPs believed that promise. On December 8th, the member from Vancouver Centre spoke in this House, and she said, quote, "Our Liberal government made a commitment during the election to reopen Kitsilano Coast Guard Base and the marine communications on BC's coast. I was pleased to see that commitment in the Ministry of Fisheries and Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard's mandate letter from the Prime Minister. The voices of the people of Vancouver were heard," end quote. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure they were heard by the Prime Minister, because since the election, they've closed the centre in Tofino, and the Comox station will be closed on May 10th, and the Kitsilano station remains unopened. All this while a parliamentary committee is completing a review on the closure decision of the the Comox MCTS. However, Madam Speaker, there is still time to stop the closure in Comox. I urge the Liberals to keep their promise to BC and to keep that station open. Affordable housing is of particular concern to those living in Metro Vancouver as housing prices continue to rise at a rate far outpacing any rise in household income. Family budgets are being pushed to the limit, and young people are facing the possibility of never being able to afford buying a home in our region. Businesses are increasingly finding it hard to hire new workers because many people simply can't afford to live in the Metro Vancouver area. Canadians were promised $520 million over 4 years in tax incentives for construction of new, affordable rental housing, $5 million per year for improvements to the RRSP home buyers plan, and renewed co-op housing agreements that support rent geared to income units. I'm sorry to report that none of these investments are in Budget 2016. Mr. Speaker, I recently met with Edith McCaddy of Salal Housing Co-op because she wants me to know how worried she is about funding to keep her co-op going. Liberal inaction will do nothing to help young families like hers, some who are moving farther and farther from their work, increasing air pollution and decreasing their quality of life. To deal with this problem, create jobs, and combat climate change, the government should be investing in public transit. Unfortunately, here too, the Liberals are falling behind. In Budget 2016, Canadians are shortchanged $802 million for public transit, $1.5 billion for green infrastructure, and $1 billion for social infrastructure over 2 years, for a 2-year total shortfall of more than $3 billion on infrastructure compared to Liberal campaign commitments. This budget was a missed opportunity to invest in our future, but it is not too late to take action. Mr. Speaker, the government could act now to provide for our aging population by following through on their promise to fund home care for seniors. They could fast-track infrastructure spending to ensure that Port Moody gets a new upgraded sports field and Coquitlam gets funding for the YMCA Community Centre. Mr. Speaker, I met with the mayors and councils of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra about their infrastructure needs and priorities, They told me infrastructure dollars are desperately needed in Anmore for a new village hall, and Belcarra is concerned Canada's oil spill response capacity is inadequate to protect its beautiful shoreline and keep it clean. I also met with the Coquitlam First Nation, and I know they are hopeful for funds to build a new community centre. Mr. Speaker, the government could act now to reverse the Conservatives' $36 billion cut to health care and protect our country's most cherished public program. They could invest in clean technology to combat climate change rather than rubber stamping LNG projects on salmon spawning grounds. They could live up to their promises to First Nations children with investments in First Nation education, mental health supports, child welfare, health care, and Jordan's Principle. Mr. Speaker, after pledging that his government would be different from promise-breaking Liberal governments of the past, the government has delivered a budget that breaks promise after promise, especially to Canadians who can least afford it. We need a Canada where no one is left behind, where no one is left out. Canada's New Democrats will work to ensure action is taken not only to address the problems of today, but provide for the opportunities of tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member from Port Moody Coquitlam for his contribution to this important budget debate. I must admit I'm a little confused after hearing the Honourable Member's comments, and he speaks of what the priorities of his riding are, and I don't disagree with them. Invest in communities, affordable housing, invest in First Nations communities, help students go to school, make tuition more affordable. All of these things are contained within Budget 2016, and I know I share my honourable friend's sense of priority of these important issues. So I wonder how he can be so against a budget that in fact contains these important priorities that I know will help the people of Port Moody, Coquitlam, and help the people across our wonderful country of Canada. So I just want him to elaborate on why he sees this budget not going far enough in that regard, because frankly it does, I think the member knows it does, and I think it would be great for his riding as well as mine and hopefully all of ours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, this budget is a missed opportunity. Unfortunately, it doesn't deliver on the priorities of the people in my riding, and I think many Canadians feel the same, that they weren't included in this budget. I mentioned to the member that I met with the mayors and councils of both cities and both villages. They have serious concerns, their infrastructure needs. I met with a young woman who has a very real concern about whether her co-op will get the funding it needs to continue with the mortgage that they have. They've worked so hard. We have many co-ops in the riding, and we have many infrastructure needs. I mentioned the First Nation. There's not only the community hall, but they have an unfinished boat launch that they need funding for. Mr. Speaker, there's a real opportunity to provide for the needs of the people in my community and for the needs of many Canadians. Unfortunately, they see, and they've been telling me, this is a missed opportunity. We hope that there's a chance. I mentioned that there's promises that were made in the election on keeping the MCTS Comox station open. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, workers were delivered notices that that station would close May 10th. That's another promise that the Liberals will break if that closure goes through. There's still time. There's still hope. And I hope the Liberal government will do the right thing and keep that centre open. I hope they will do the right thing with delivering the needs to many Canadians, not just in my riding, but in all communities across this great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've actually found this whole budget debate actually very ironic. And I reflect on both the budget debate and the campaign commitments that different parties made. And we look at the Liberals, and what their commitment was, of course, was a very small deficit. They blew that out of the water. We're going to have a balanced budget, plan for balanced budget, blew it out of the water. middle class. We're going to help the middle class. I can't define it, and they use pretty significant sort of misleading graphs to define what the middle class might be and what's happened. But I have to say the NDP, to me, are the biggest puzzle. The NDP stood up during that campaign and said they were going to have a balanced budget. We are now hearing they have things like LEAP manifestos where they're going to shut down the oil sands, but they have a whole lot of ideas about how to spend money. So I would like to ask the honourable member, did he commit to his party platform, and how is it going to pay for all these things that he has talked about that the community that he represents would like to have?
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member asks about priorities and spending. And certainly during the election, the New Democrats promised a fully costed platform. I was very proud of what we put forward to Canadians. There was a focus on health care, on child care, on home care for seniors. There were supports for working class families for jobs, small business investments. There were so many priorities that were fully funded and costed in our platform that I was very proud to stand up. And when I went door to door in all the communities, the villages in my riding, I had a very good response. That's why on October 19th, they made a resounding choice to put me back here to defend those issues and those concerns. And I will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker, in every day that I can in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, we'll go to the member for Essex. Before she starts, I just want to remind her we'll have to stop for private members' business in about 4 minutes, but you can resume, or she can resume once we get back into debate again. The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, a great man once said, governing is about priorities, and there is no better indicator of a government's true priorities than its budget choices. This happened to be the honourable member for Outremont, who graciously rose in this place yesterday and outlined in no uncertain terms how the Liberal government's inaugural budget is a missed opportunity to deliver the positive, progressive change that Canadians voted for and deserve. I'll begin my remarks by talking about an issue close to my heart, promoting greater equality of women. One of the first analyses of this budget that I read was a piece by Kate McInturf entitled Budget 2016, Not Enough Real Change for Women. She outlines how the government estimates it will create tens of thousands of jobs in construction, a sector where 88.5% of the employees are men. Like Kate, I'm all in favor of creating jobs for men, but I'm also in favor of creating jobs for women. And one of the issues I have with the Liberals' budget is that it makes limited investment in sectors where women are predominantly employed, like healthcare. Stephen Lewis delivered a phenomenal speech this past weekend at the NDP convention. In his first critique of where the NDP differs from the Liberals, he stated, "We have a message for the Prime Minister. Feminism is a vacant construct without a childcare program across Canada." It is extremely disappointing that parents of young children who are struggling with the sky-high costs of childcare are being made to wait once again. There is no funding for childcare this year and only $500 million in the following year with no long-term plan. The Liberal budget talks about health care but fails to provide a redesigned funding formula for a new health accord. The Liberals have abandoned their promise to invest $3 billion over 4 years for home care, which is deeply needed in Canada's aging population. There is also nothing in the budget for mental health, palliative care, or long-term care for seniors. Again, to quote Stephen Lewis, the Liberal pledge for home care appears to have been abandoned, and universal pharmacare is nowhere to be seen. Those are programs that we must pursue as though life depends on it, because in fact, life does depend on it. Something I campaigned on and I heard about so often on the doorsteps is concern over the Conservative government's wrong-headed move to hike the retirement age from 65 to 67. So I welcome the Liberals' recommitment to returning the age of eligibility for old age security and the guaranteed income supplement to 65. But the Liberal government needs to do more for seniors than simply correcting the terrible policies of the Conservatives. More than 1/4 of all seniors live in poverty, and many Canadians wonder whether they can count on a secure income for retirement. During the campaign, while knocking on doors, I met a wonderful man named James Harrison. Jim came to my open house last week and asked me what the budget had for him. It was so difficult to tell him that there was very little to help. This man lives in social housing, has retired after working his entire life, and is struggling to make ends meet. This is a man who cares about our community in Essex. He is engaged in his government and knows that we can do better. I call on the Liberal government to stop leaving seniors in our communities behind. Bold action today can lift all seniors out of poverty. Instead of waiting until July to increase the GIS for single seniors, raise it now. Restore Canada Post home mail delivery now. Fund home care now. It's time to get the job done, and the time is now.
It being 5:39, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-226, an act to amend the Criminal Code offences in relation to conveyances. Standing in the name of the member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis, Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis, seconded by Mr. Reyes, moves that Bill C-226, an act to amend the Criminal Code offences in relation to conveyances and the Criminal Records Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I want to thank my colleague, the critic for public safety, the member for Richemont-Arthabasca, for allowing me to deliver this speech today. I also want to thank my colleagues who are present, my colleague from Lotbinière, whom I've been frequenting for 10 years, and colleagues from all across the country who told me very touching things over the past few weeks, and our friend from Durham, and I'm very happy to know that someone I respect very much will be making a speech later.
Determination of a victim's family that fought for years for tougher impaired driving legislation, and because of my friend from beautiful Langley, a member who shared with me their story, along with his dream of making this place a place where we can make change, Mr. Speaker, and do a change for the victims and to avoid further victims of drunk driving in our capacity. No one should have to endure the terrible loss that victims' families face when a loved one is killed by an impaired driver. That's what my colleague said on February 23rd when I tabled this bill, Mr. Speaker. He went on to say, to speak, there are thousands of stories, but he spoke about the story of Cassandra. Cassandra was 22 years old when her life was taken by a drunk driver. But her mother, Marquita Collius, founded an organization that would move to change this loss into a tribute and into action. And this is what we are giving the opportunity to do, all members of this House, Mr. Speaker. Because over 1,200 Canadians are killed every year because someone irresponsibly chooses to drive while impaired driving instead of finding a safe way home. A car in the hands of an impaired driver is a carelessly used weapon that can cause irreparable harm. It is reckless and 100% preventable. More than 100,000 Canadians have signed Families for Justice, Marquita's Collius petition, which calls for tougher laws, including mandatory minimum sentences for impaired driving causing death, and Canadians believe that our impaired driving laws are too much lenient, so much lenient, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, that's the reason why today I rise to speak to remind us that 3 or 4 people a day lose their lives on our roads because of impaired driving. This is the top reason for death under the criminal code. There have been great public awareness campaigns. There is Opération Nez Rouge, which was created and led to the creation of the Table Québécoise de Sécurité Routière. Well, I have the pleasure to announce today that the measures in this bill are recommendations from this Table de Sécurité Routière to reduce the frequency of such accidents. I met experts, Mr. Speaker, and what they told me is that the only way to eradicate this scourge is to increase the perception of the possibility of arrest. It's the fear of being caught. As legislators, we can increase the effectiveness of measures that are in place. Why? Because studies show that our roadblocks are not effective more than 50% of the time because people manage to camouflage the symptoms of impaired driving. MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, say that people can drive 3 years every week in an impaired state before being charged. As legislators, we have an opportunity to put an end to this.
Component. The first one is tougher sentences for repeat drunk drivers. The second one is relieving pressure on the courts by eliminating legal delays and loopholes. And the third one is systematic testing to increase the efficiency of roadblocks and catch repeat offenders with alcohol addiction who conceal their drunkenness. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we can save lives. Where it has been implemented in other countries, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of lives have been saved, and it is a conservative estimate that we could save 200 lives for the least within the first year of implementation of that year, and that would go increasing, Mr. Speaker. Alors, le projet de loi, comme je le viens de dire...
So, as I just pointed out, there are 3 components to this bill. Harsher sentence for repeat offenders, reducing backlogs in the courts, and better and mandatory screening. When it comes to stricter sentences, this afternoon I'd like to focus on 2 measures. First of all, for impaired driving causing death, it would be a minimum sentence of 5 years, depending on aggravating factors. Why? Because that's the sentence that's given out most often now, but it establishes a threshold. It's important that society establish the fact that impaired driving is a crime and must be punished as such. If someone kills more than one person, consecutive sentences could be applied. The other objective of stricter sentences is to give more latitude to judges to increase the period during which a person would serve their sentence, and thus hard recidivists could have an extra year or 2 years if they're found guilty. So a minimal sentence of 5 years for someone who causes death, consecutive if more than one person's involved. The second measure in the bill, Mr. Speaker, is what we call reducing the backlog by reducing loopholes and delays, because certain people use legal maneuvers to avoid the consequences of their actions, and they create a backlog in the courts. That creates delays and significant costs, and we know how important it is to reduce the type of procedures involved to make justice more effective. So it would eliminate 2 measures. First, the last glass defense. That would mean that the driver says that he had a high alcohol level at the time of the test because he had had more than a few drinks immediately before driving. What we're saying is that when you had the accident, you were not drunk, and that causes delays before the courts. Others say they were so upset by the accident they had a drink afterwards. If that's the case, that's one thing, but if it's just a maneuver to avoid consequences, legislation must be designed to avoid abuse of the good faith of our courts. So those are the two measures that are put forward in the bill. We also want to favor guilty pleas. Why? To avoid backlogs in the courts. And the sentence would always be lower if the person does say, I'm pleading guilty, I made a mistake. So then you avoid backlogs in the courts once again. Those measures were proposed by our government in the past few months, and I want to salute the work of our former Minister of Justice, Peter MacKay, for whom this was a very important cause. So it's the result of a lot of work, and I can benefit from it by putting these measures in this bill. But there's also a measure that's very important for victims, and that has proven to be effective. And I want to thank Marie-Claude Morin from MAD, who's the Quebec spokesperson, and helped me draft the bill, and Angeliki Souranis, who's the president of MAD, who lost her son, Mr. Speaker, in an accident involving an impaired driver. So this is a preventive measure. That is the increase of the perception that one will be arrested. Why? Through systematic screening. I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that our roadblocks are not effective. Over 50% of drivers whose blood alcohol level was over 0.08 went through the roadblock without being stopped. We just don't necessarily get caught when we blow in these breathalyzers. So that reduces the effectiveness because one thinks we might get away with it. So when a driver decides to drive, he must be aware that our roadblocks are effective. How can we do that? We can do it by having mandatory screening. And let me remind you that that just means detection of alcohol, and after that, with an approved device, there would be an assessment with a second device. So it's just to detect the presence of alcohol. Right now, our police officers have to have reasonable cause to believe that a person consumed alcohol. Well, Mr. Speaker, you use a vehicle on a public roadway, that's a responsibility that comes with privileges. I could never accept someone come into my living room or kitchen or on my patio to measure my blood alcohol. But if I use a car and I put the lives of others in danger, well, then I must face justice and the authorities, as is the case when we inspect a vehicle. When I drive around, I can be intercepted to test the mechanics of it. So it's quite normal to verify one of the three conditions. I should be sober, I should respect the rules of the road, and I should have a driver's license that's valid. So, Mr. Speaker, over 2/3 of Canadians feel that the police should be able to have roadside tests to fight drunk driving on an ad hoc basis. All countries that have introduced the systematic screening have a significant drop in deaths on our roads.
Canadians continue to drink and drive because they can do so with little fear of being stopped, let alone charged and convicted. Recent surveys, results, and charge and conviction data indicate you could drive drunk once a week for more than 3 years before even being charged with an impaired driving offense, and for over 6 years before ever being convicted. We have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to end that by increasing the efficiency of our roadblock and making sure that those who drunk and are on the road are taken out. Mr. Speaker, I must tell you, I am overwhelmed by the support this bill is receiving. I thanked already a Mother Against Drunk Driving and Families for Justice. But also, Mr. Speaker, all the members of this party, or mostly their predecessor in the House of Commons, the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, recommended the adoption of this third measure, which is whether called random breath testing or there's many ways to call it. And this was done in 2009. So we are given the opportunity to move forward. Why? Because it saves lives, Mr. Speaker. And I have some quote here. We have the Canadian Police Association, who was supportive then and is still supportive of that bill because it saved lives. I also have quotes from the Canadian Association of Chief Police. You may have met Mr. Clive Wayhill. They are strongly supportive of this measure because it has been amongst the most effective methods of creating deterrence to impaired driving in other democratic societies, Mr. Speaker. And I only have a minute, but I just want to mention that on a more legal aspect, Mr. HoC is a very well-respected lawyer. I'm an engineer. I didn't know him, but when we talk about him, and my colleague lawyer from Niagara agrees, Monsieur, on a un peu un des personnes...
We have one of the most respected people when it comes to justice and constitutional affairs. And I could table this document if you wish, but he established that the validity of these tests was confirmed by the Supreme Court. So we have a bill with solid legal footing here, solid scientific footing, and in the next few hours I would be very pleased to see how this bill can go forward to save human lives and help us do our jobs as parliamentarians.
Questions
and comments?
Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for a very cogent presentation with respect to the scourge of drunk driving. I think everyone in this House shares our collective concern that we want to take measures that ultimately reduce the incidence of this particular practice. And I want to congratulate the member for introducing this private member's bill to debate this before this House, as it is an important issue, and it has been a particularly important issue that has occurred in my area, given a very recent, very public case of the loss of three unfortunate children and their grandfather in the Greater Toronto area. That was an extremely public instance of a very tragic loss of some very young lives due to drunk driving. I guess the only, in reading this particular bill, I think that there were many aspects that I think that I certainly as an individual member can support, but one of the, I guess, the areas that I have some difficulty with and where I would like to pose a question to the honourable member relates to the use of mandatory minimums. I know that there has been the penchant, particularly from the Conservative caucus, in various pieces of justice legislation to impose mandatory minimums. And is there a particular rationale or reason why he feels that the 5-year sentencing threshold would be appropriate in the case of drunk driving causing death?
Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis.
Very interesting remarks, and we certainly are always touched when members from our own riding are impacted by these tragedy involving driving and alcohol. Mr. Speaker, my answer would be something I just found a few minutes ago, where drunk drivers themselves are asking for stiffer sentences. I have here an individual who got a 3.5 year behind bars for killing a 21-year-old woman when he was driving drunk 2 decades ago. And today he comes back and says, that was not enough. That was a crime. I should have paid a bigger sentence. So when you are at a point when drunk drivers themselves are asking for stiffer sentences, I believe it is time for us parliamentarians to take our responsibility and set the standard. 5 years, this is what we already see in many courts, but it established the base and sending the signal that this is a crime that is not acceptable in our society. That's why mandatory minimum sentences are there. They are not for all crimes, but they are for sending strong signal. And we know that this is the #1 cause of death related to the criminal code. I believe, and I hopefully will have the committee will be given the opportunity to debate this bill. Certainly, it's open for discussion and debate, but that's the argument I would bring to the member of the committee.
Bravo. Question and comment? The honourable member. Are you asking a question or you? Sorry. Questions or comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, through you, Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin my question by thanking the member for Bellechasse-les-Etienne-Lévis for introducing reform of our legislation dealing with driving while impaired. It's long overdue. It's been since 2008. It's responsible for more than 1,000 deaths a year, and it's a leading cause of criminal death in Canada, impaired driving. So I thank him for his efforts in this important area. My question, through you, Mr. Speaker, is whether or not, in light of the Liberals' commitment to reform other laws where impairment could occur, such as marijuana or other drugs, whether the issue of drug impairment has would be affected positively or negative or at all by the legislation that's before us tonight.
L'honorable député de
Bellechasse. Member for Bellechasse-les-Etienne-Lévis. Very briefly, we have about 45 seconds.
For his question and for having reviewed the bill, and hopefully we can review it further in committee. I believe this Parliament will be winning if this legislation is moved forward and adopted. All the members will be winning. What I would say regarding drug is that this is a very important issue. This is a private member's bill whose aim is first at focus at alcohol, but of course it has a side effect. But I believe some additional legislation might be needed, especially if there is a wide use that could be related to drug. And we know this is a very important issue. And I would certainly welcome a bill or an amendment if the scope of the bill allows it to in that regard. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at the outset, I would like to commend my colleague from Bellechasse-les-Etienne-Lévis, and I'd like to thank him for his diligent work on this issue. It is such an important issue, and we share his concerns.
Join the second reading debate on Private Members Bill C-226. C-226 proposes significant reforms to the criminal code provisions related to impaired driving. Sadly, impaired driving remains the leading criminal cause of death in Canada. It has been a plague on society for nearly a century. The recent case in Toronto where Mr. Muzo was sentenced to 10 years after killing 3 children and their grandfather focused attention once again on impaired driving and the devastation it causes. I believe that we can all agree that Parliament must do what we can in order to combat this crime, which continues to kill more than 1,000 Canadians every year and to injure many thousands more, often inflicting catastrophic injuries. To end impaired driving, we need a concerted effort on the part of individuals, families, provinces and territories, the hospitality industry, advocacy organizations, schools, health professionals, and addiction services and providers. I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues that Parliament needs to be a part of this effort. Therefore, I thank the honourable member for bringing this issue to the attention of the House through Bill C-226. Mr. Speaker, this is a very complex bill. The proposals represent a significant change to the laws on impaired driving and driving offences in general. Under Bill C-226, the Criminal Code driving provisions, including impaired driving and over 80 driving offences, would be repealed and reintroduced in a brand new part of the Criminal Code. Now, this would not be the first time that Parliament has considered the problem of impaired driving. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Parliament has a long history of trying to deal with the problem of drinking and driving. In 1921, Parliament first addressed the issue by enacting the crime of driving while intoxicated. In 1925, Parliament enacted the offence of driving while impaired by a drug. In 1951, Parliament replaced the offence of driving while intoxicated with driving while impaired. Later, in 1969, Parliament enacted a new offence that reflected developments in the area of forensic breath testing. This is the offence of driving with blood alcohol concentration that exceeds 80 milligrams of alcohol in 100 milliliters of blood. This offence is commonly called driving over 80. It is a separate and distinct criminal offence from the crime of driving while impaired, and it applies whether or not the driver exhibits bad driving or signs of impairment. The actual measurement of blood alcohol content is carried out on an approved instrument, often referred to as a breathalyzer, typically at a police station. The breath testing is done by a police officer who is specially trained as a qualified technician to operate the approved instrument. The Attorney General of Canada lists new approved instruments in a ministerial order after considering the advice of the Alcohol Test Committee of the Canadian Society of Forensic Science. The Canadian Society of Forensic Science is a non-governmental scientific body, and its committee is composed of very dedicated forensic scientists who, voluntarily and without remuneration, evaluate breath testing equipment against the committee's published standards. The Alcohol Test Committee then provides its advice to the Attorney General of Canada for her consideration. In 1979, Parliament authorized the use of the approved screening device at the roadside. The roadside screening device permits police officers to screen drivers for alcohol consumption. If the driver registers a fail on the roadside screening device, the police officer would then have reasonable grounds to believe that an over 80 crime was committed. This belief is required in order to make the demand for a test on the approved instrument back at the police station. It is only the result on the approved instrument that can be used in court to prove the over 80 offence. Despite Parliament's efforts to bring clarity to this area of the law, the impaired driving regime remains the most heavily litigated area of criminal law. One of the areas that receives significant court attention relates to the issue of proving blood alcohol content. Parliament enacted a rebuttable presumption that the blood alcohol concentration at the time of testing is presumed to be the same at the time of driving in the absence of any evidence to the contrary. The courts came to accept a defense strategy whereby the accused and one or two friends would testify to minimal consumption of alcohol. The defense would then ask an expert to calculate what the blood alcohol concentration would have been at the time of driving based on the testimony of the accused. This calculation, unsurprisingly, would be under 80, and therefore it rebutted the presumption, leaving the prosecution no other way to prove the over 80 offence. This stratagem became known as the two-beer defence. This defence was severely limited in 2008 by the Tackling Violent Crime Act. In 2012, the Supreme Court of Canada, in the case of the Crown versus Saint-Onge-Lamoureux, upheld the key elements of that legislation. Now, in order to raise the defence, the accused must first show that the approved instrument was not working correctly or that it was not operated properly. Evidence of the amount a person drank is not by itself evidence that the approved instrument was malfunctioning. And this has had the effect of greatly reducing trial time by reducing the number of cases where the defense challenges the accuracy of the approved instrument's analysis of blood alcohol concentration. It's important to note that modern approved instruments are very sophisticated with internal checks that ensure they are working properly. Despite these changes in 2008, I'm given to understand that there remain significant challenges with proving blood alcohol concentration in the courts. I wish therefore to focus my remarks on the measures proposed by Bill C-226 with respect to proving blood alcohol concentration, which I believe respond to the Saint-Onge decision of the Supreme Court of Canada. Bill C-226 proposes to replace the current rebuttable presumption with respect to blood alcohol concentration with a provision that states that blood alcohol concentration is conclusively proven if three conditions are met: that the approved instrument was in proper working order, that there were two tests taken 15 minutes apart, and that the two tests had results within 20 milligrams of one another. Of course, this raises the question, how is it proven that the approved instrument was in proper working order? Bill C-226 proposes that the instrument is considered to be in proper working order if the qualified technician complied with the operational procedures recommended from time to time by the Alcohol Test Committee. I note as well that the bill seeks to eliminate the defense of bolus drinking, sometimes called the drinking and dashing defense, where the driver consumes a large amount of alcohol just before driving and claims that although their blood alcohol concentration was over 80 at the time of testing, the alcohol was still being absorbed at the time of driving, and they were under 80 when they were driving. The bill also proposes to limit the intervening drink defense, where the driver drinks after being stopped by the police, but before they provide a breath sample. In that situation, the driver claims that they were under 80 at the time of driving, and it is the post-driving drinking that put them over the limit. Bill C-226 would limit this defense to situations where the driver has no objective reason to think that the police would make a demand for a breath sample. There is much more in this bill that I am able to convey in my allotted time, Mr. Speaker. It's a significant piece of legislation proposing substantial reforms to the area of impaired driving and transportation offences in general. I look forward to listening to the continued debate on the bill and for a discussion of many of the other elements which are proposed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to address such a complex and pressing initiative, as my friend the Parliamentary Secretary has also indicated. Let me say at the outset that we firmly believe that there needs to be future consideration of this bill, and I look forward to working with members of all parties to advance the debate on the need for a comprehensive, effective response to impaired driving that all of our communities so desperately need. Je me tiens aux côtés de ma collègue.
I stand beside my colleague from Jonquière. She and her Lac Saint-Jean community have also known avoidable tragedies. She told me about Joanie Simon, who was killed by a repeat offender with regard to drunk driving only 1 month before her 16th birthday. She also told me about a young couple, recently married, in their 20s, who were expecting their second child when they were both killed instantly by a repeat drunk driving offender who was behind the wheel of a van that was driving at high speed. Their son, Patrick, was only 2 at the time. He died shortly thereafter in hospital. Therefore, I would like to thank my colleague from Jonquière for her help on this file. I would also like to thank her for promising to obtain justice and to help me understand what her community is living.
Far too many Canadians have friends or family members who've been injured or even killed by impaired drivers. Just last month, in a case to which the Parliamentary Secretary also made reference, there was a case involving a gentleman in north of Toronto, and Justice Michelle Fust wrote in her decision something I wish to quote. The sad reality is that the sentence I impose today will not make whole the families who lost 3 children and their grandfather, nor will it return a grandmother and great-grandmother to good health. While the criminal justice system can deter and denounce, it is ill-suited to make a reparation for harm of the magnitude involved in this case. Mr. Speaker, neither judges nor lawmakers can make these families whole again. But as parliamentarians, we can and must work against the next tragedy. Somewhere in our communities is the next victim of impaired driving. So we owe it to them and to their families to rededicate ourselves to the task of finding the most effective measures to finally put an end to impaired driving on our roads. They're counting on us, not to give in to the temptation to simply talk tough in the wake of these tragedies. They're counting on us to stop the next crash, the next injury, the next death. And that means having the debate this country needs, founded on the evidence, guided by the lessons of other jurisdictions, and focused on effective deterrence. It's time we measured our progress not in years served, but in lives saved. So let's consider some facts. Successive federal governments have increased the penalties for impaired driving offences in 1985, 1999, 2000, and in 2008. For 16 years, the law has set life imprisonment as the maximum punishment for impaired driving causing death, and 10 years imprisonment for causing bodily harm. The average prison term for such crimes has lengthened, and the percentage of offenders receiving custodial sentences has risen. What effect has this had on the rate of impaired driving? Well, if we look at the latest numbers from Statistics Canada, we see that Canada did make incredible strides between 1985 and 2000, cutting the rate of impaired driving incidents in half. But after 2000, progress stalled. 6 years ago, the Standing Committee for Justice completed its study on impaired driving. It showed that in 2006, the latest year for which data is available, saw more Canadians killed by impaired driving than in any year since 1998, and the third consecutive annual increase in fatalities. That report stated, and I quote, "Impaired driving remains the #1 criminal cause of deaths in Canada, and despite our collective best efforts and intention, it's apparent that the problem of impaired driving is worsening in Canada, and we are losing ground in our efforts to eliminate the problem," close quote. Those words remain true, Mr. Speaker, today. More recent data available to us now shows the problem continued to worsen after 2009. Why is this so? Let me turn to a review of the evidence by Mothers Against Drunk Driving for answers. They say the media, politicians, and others often argue for increased sentences as a means of deterring both the offender and others who might otherwise engage in the conduct. However, research during the last 35 years establishes that increasing penalties for impaired driving does not, in itself, have a significant, specific, or general deterrence impact. Rather, the evidence indicates that the risk of apprehension and, to a less extent, the swiftness with which the sanction imposed are the key factors in deterrence. Now, this seems counterintuitive to many, but consider this. People drive impaired even though they know it could kill them. If they can ignore that ultimate penalty, what chance does the distant threat of a jail term stand? The evidence marshaled by Mothers Against Drunk Driving, based on numerous studies from Canada and abroad over a span of decades, led to this stark conclusion. Quote, "Lengthy prison terms cannot be justified in the name of specific or general deterrence and may even be counterproductive in terms of recidivism." This evidence raises, Mr. Speaker, specific concerns about efficacy of the sentencing reforms proposed by my colleague in this bill, not to mention the vulnerability of new mandatory minimums to Charter challenge. But the bill has two other goals, and it is for these and the urgency of its basic objective that I support further debate and study of this bill. First, the bill would restrict some of the more dubious legal defences that contribute to Canada's distressingly low charge and conviction rate for impaired driving. My colleagues have spoken about those. The second is that the bill would introduce random breath testing for drivers. This is a measure that has been proposed before in this House and adopted by many OECD countries, reportedly with considerable success in reducing the incidence of impaired driving. I know from my own discussions with legal and law enforcement communities that it has its supporters, but also its critics. But in the face of continuing tragedies like we've heard about in Lac-Saint-Jean, I cannot justify denying further study in this House of that potential successful measure. These and other provisions deserve study because we know that simply raising the penalties for the 5th time in 3 decades isn't enough, and it isn't going to do it. We need more laws, and we need more than new laws that happen to be appearing in our criminal code. We need well-trained, well-supported police officers on our roads. We need collaboration with the provinces and territories. We need smarter investigative tools so that families aren't denied justice by a technicality. We need to study the penalties that are already in place to see what works and what doesn't. We need to assess the technology to detect drug-impaired driving as well. In closing, I know that every member shares our commitment to the objective of this bill, which is to save lives by deterring and ending impaired driving. This has been the goal of many studies, bills, and laws that have been passed in this place before. I look forward to working with all members to study this bill and measure it against the standards of comprehensiveness, practicality, efficacy, and constitutionality. We owe it to the families I spoke of when I began, and countless others across Canada that have suffered a tragic and preventable loss, to hold ourselves to high standards, to move past half measures, and find the most effective solutions to regain the ground we've lost over the last decade in the fight to end impaired driving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House to speak on Bill C-226 that was introduced by my colleague, the member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis, and I want to thank him and congratulate him. He has a great passion for fighting impaired driving in this country, and I think that was very evident in his comments today before the House, and I'm very honored to be able to get up and say a few words on his behalf and on behalf of this legislation. And I want to tell him as well, thank him for mentioning our colleague, the Honourable Peter MacKay, who was moving forward on a number of these things. The Justice agenda is always very busy and very challenging, but certainly that was one of the issues that he was dealing with as well. But I'm glad my colleague has got this now before the House. Mr. Speaker, this will amend the criminal code in relationship to conveyances or dangerous and impaired driving act. And as you're aware, Mr. Speaker, drinking and driving remains a serious social problem in this country, and as was already indicated, approximately 1,200 to 1,500 motorists, passengers, cyclists, and pedestrians are killed annually as a result of impaired driving. In addition to that, there's a tremendous human and social cost of impaired driving. It's projected that an additional 70,000 lives per year are affected by drinking and driving. And there are factors like property damage, physical injuries, and psychological injuries such as PTSD, and they cost an estimated $20 billion a year. Mr. Speaker, it's not just the statistics that we are talking about or worried about, it's the individual tragedies that take place when people are victims of impaired driving. Many of us can recall loved ones or friends that have lost their lives at the hands of a drunk driver. I know that many will remember the heart-wrenching story of 20-year-old Francis Peza, who had his young life cut tragically short on New Year's Day 2014 when an impaired driver crossed the center line and sideswiped his vehicle. Francis was an aspiring accountant who had just returned to Calgary 2 hours earlier from traveling to his native Philippines. And guess what he was doing in the Philippines, Mr. Speaker? He was there to help the victims of the devastating typhoon that ravaged that country. This young man was deprived of realizing his goal of having a rewarding, successful career through which he could contribute to his community and to his nation. He won't know the joy of having a spouse, children, or grandchildren. His family and friends have been robbed of a loved one and will be forever affected by this tragedy. Canada has lost a productive citizen whose hopes and dreams will never be filled. According to Professor Robert Solomon, a law professor at the university and at Western University and National Director of the Legal Policy at MAD, an individual I met on a number of occasions, he said that drunk driving is the #1 criminal cause of death in this country. And Mr. Speaker, we are all affected by it. I remember very clearly years ago when early one morning we received a knock at our front door, and it turned out that the woman at the front door very early was my wife's cousin. And she was in tears, and she conveyed to us the terrible news that my wife's aunt, Armida McIntosh, had been killed by a drunk driver. She was on the Niagara Parkway returning home one night when her car was slammed head-on by a car that was filled with a number of young men who had been drinking and were now driving. And so, Mr. Speaker, there are very few people in this country who can say they are not touched one way or the other by impaired driving. So, Mr. Speaker, this House has a duty to send a message and warning to those who drink and drive, and that is simply don't do it. Don't take the chance, because there is legislation in place that is increasing the penalties and the consequences of this. And the one that we have here today, Bill C-226, would carry with it a mandatory 5-year sentence for impaired driving causing death, with a maximum sentence of 25 years. In cases where there has been more than one life was lost, justices would be able to apply consecutive sentences. I'm very much appreciative of that, so no victim gets left unanswered or unaccounted for. And the maximum sentence for impaired driving, I'm pleased to see, would increase from 10 years to 14 years. Deterrence, and these are deterrents, Mr. Speaker. They send out a clear message that I believe will result in fewer Canadians losing their lives at the hands of drunk drivers. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that the Parliamentary Secretary mentioned in his comments one of the aspects of the Tackling Violent Crime Act of 2008. I was very honored to be Justice Minister at the time when that was introduced, and one of the issues that was directly tackled was, again, the two-beer defense. And this was the defense that was becoming more and more common and more challenging, where individuals would bring a couple of their friends into court to testify that our colleague only had 2 beers, and so the test must be wrong. Well, I was very pleased that that is something that we curbed at that time. It was a step in the right direction, and I believe that what we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker, is a step in the right direction. Because, as I pointed out, 1,200 to 1,500 individuals lose their lives in this country, and those who are affected by this and those who are hurt by that are exponential to that number. So we have a solemn responsibility as lawmakers to protect the citizens of this great nation of ours and to make sure that there are serious consequences for those who would risk the lives of others by drinking and driving. So I would ask my colleagues in the House to band together in sober thought and take action again to deter drinking and driving in Canada by further strengthening the present legislation and support Bill C-226. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure that I rise today to talk about a very important social issue that society has had to face for many years. I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's bit of a history in terms of to what degree even this distinguished House has had to try to come to grips and deal with criminal law to try to deter individuals from drinking and driving. I'd like to take a bit of a different approach And if I may, Mr. Speaker, I go back to the days in which I served inside the Manitoba legislature, where there were a number of issues that would come to the table. One of those issues that came up on an annual basis was the issue of drinking and driving. We had many different organizations, stakeholders that had serious concerns, and I can recall at times where it was put to us that we needed to lobby Ottawa to do things, and that was strictly related primarily to the changing of the criminal code. Mr. Speaker, I can recall many of the other discussions that went beyond, and this gets to one of the other former speakers today, in terms of, well, it's not just the criminal code that we need to be looking at. I like to think that if we want to be able to wrestle this issue as much as possible to the ground, that we have to take a more holistic approach at dealing with this. So in listening to previous speakers, I would like to bring a couple of things to people's attention. Number one, legislation and and reforming the criminal law so that we can provide that deterrent is absolutely critical, and no doubt we will see many more debates on that particular issue. I want to take this opportunity to highlight some other aspect of it, and that aspect is that of education. When I talk about a holistic approach, what we're really talking about is how important it is that we get the different levels of government working together. Let me give you a specific example. During the 70s, I was but a teenager at the time, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you that the norm at that time was quite acceptable. I worked in a garage, and you would see some of these mechanics and so forth drinking rye, no questions asked, and they get into a car and they'd start the car and off they were. No one was saying, oh my God, you can't drink and drive, at least not back in the 70s, Mr. Speaker. I went to high school and graduated in the late 70s. I cannot recall my peers telling us that you shouldn't be drinking and driving. And that was an urban high school, Mr. Speaker. At least I can't recall that taking place. Fast forward into the 80s, and it was interesting when we hear some of the stats where we started to see the decrease in drinking and driving and some of the fatalities and so forth. It was during the late 80s and early 90s, where you saw a much more proactive approach being taken in our school system. It was actually the young people in Canada at the time that really started to take note of it. And you will see in the last decade or 15 years, very progressive attitudes coming out of our high schools in particular, Mr. Speaker. And if you do a little bit of research, you'll see, for example, in my own riding of Winnipeg North, where we have Maples Collegiate, which is a high school, Mr. Speaker, and they come up with this whole safe grad pass where you get this guest to come, because you know in times of celebration there's often a considerable amount of drinking that's involved, but you can actually have a special pass given to a guest, and that guest could then participate in the celebrations. Mr. Speaker, when we look at other high schools, and I could go to Sisler, mandatory classes where they educate about safe driving or safe grads. These are the types of programs that I believe that have really made a difference. So when we look at the legislation that we have before us today, it is important that it get debated, and I understand and I can appreciate why the member is suggesting that we put in further deterrence. And no doubt that will be well debated. I think that we need, as I say, to look beyond just the legislation component. And we need to do that for good reason. And every member that has spoken here today has highlighted about stories. Well, if you look at the numbers, there are many stories that will never get told. You're talking about 20,000 plus lives where some of them are terminated, Mr. Speaker, through a drunk driving. And sadly, whatever the age might be, it is sad to see someone that has lost their life because of drinking and driving. I'm especially touched by those of a relatively young age, Mr. Speaker, or when you have multiple individuals being killed by one drunk driver. It happens far too often. Far too often. Over 1,000 Canadians a year lose their life because of a drunk driver. That's not to speak of the thousands of others that are injured every year because of drunk driving. Mr. Speaker, we have seen organizations, and I've heard reference to the organization of MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, I believe is the proper, or MAD is the acronym of that, Mr. Speaker. If you talk to anyone that is actually served on that particular organization, what you will find is stories that what I would suggest to you would blow the minds of most Canadians in terms of the reality and the consequences of drinking and driving. All you need to do is to visit their website and you'll get a good sense of the consequence. But what I respect about MAD is that they have a more holistic approach. I believe that they understand the importance of education. And this is something that I really want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that I believe that there are many social conditions in society that can be best addressed through education. And that doesn't mean that legislation or the criminal code has nothing to do with it. Absolutely not. We need to ensure that we have legislation or laws that are going to be a deterrent, that there is a consequence. People that drink and drive need to understand and appreciate that there's going to be a consequence to their act. But quite often what we see is individuals that drink and drive, they don't get in behind the wheel believing that they're going to be getting into some sort of a horrific accident. They believe that they're going to ultimately get away from it, Mr. Speaker. So for those that do get behind the wheel, there does need to be a consequence, but we need to educate, that people need to understand that they don't, when you get behind a wheel and you've been intoxicated or you're past that 0.05 or 0.08, Mr. Speaker, that the likelihood of an accident has greatly been enhanced. And they need to understand that and to appreciate it. I know that there were generations of Canadians that did not understand nor appreciate. I think today, because of the hard work of many organizations, because of debates of this nature, that we have seen a greater understanding of the consequence. But I'm not convinced to the degree in which we have done what young people in Canada have done, and that is identify and take actions in terms of educating and providing the incentive for people not to get behind the wheel and drive. You know, I'm sure that most communities, or many communities, to come Christmas and New Year's time, that you'll see special programs that will go out. Well, this whole idea of spontaneous breathalyzer tests is something that deserves a lot of merit, and there should be a lot of discussion on it, Mr. Speaker. That we shouldn't just focus our attention just on one time in the year. I think that there is an onus of responsibility as parliamentarians, not only to look at the criminal law aspect, but to also look at ways in which we could work with other stakeholders, in particular, other levels of government, right down to the school board level, Mr. Speaker, in terms of what it is that we can do to better educate people to understand the consequences of drinking and driving. Because that's where I think that we have dropped the ball over the years, and we can do so much more, Mr. Speaker. So I would conclude my remarks. I see that you're saying that my time is virtually expired, that I'm pleased to see the bill that's here today, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to an additional hour of debate from what I understand. And at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, I would just emphasize the importance of education, and we need to do something for the sake of all the victims of drinking and driving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby, and I just want to remind him that we'll be cutting him short at about 3 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to say that this bill deserves to be considered. I would also like to pay tribute to my colleague, the member for Jonquière. She's a new MP, but she certainly has already been working hard to reduce drinking and driving. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this is a problem not in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region, where I lived for a number of years and so know quite well, but also in my area, my riding of New Westminster, and it is a problem we see every year. I wanted to therefore pay tribute to my colleague, the member for Jonquière, because she is doing very good work.
So what I would like to say is this. What is lacking in this bill is the whole notion of crime prevention. And Mr. Speaker, we saw this under the previous Conservative government. They gutted funding for crime prevention right across the country, Mr. Speaker. What that does is it's simply silly. The education and crime prevention element is extraordinarily important, and yet we saw a Conservative government that gutted the funding that would actually serve to reduce crime rates, including that of impaired driving. Mr. Speaker, you know, if we spend $1 on crime prevention, we save $6 in policing costs, in court costs, and in penal costs later on. So it makes good sense to make the investment in crime prevention. It makes good sense to have bills as well that reduce the rate of impaired driving. So, Mr. Speaker, I would simply like to say that though it's interesting to study this particular bill, it does raise questions about the Conservatives' record on crime prevention, which was deplorable. And so I'll have more to say on that, Mr. Speaker, when I get the other 7 minutes when we consider this bill at a future session of Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of a private member's business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order precedence on the order paper. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been put and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight on adjournment proceedings to pursue a question that I asked in this House on February the 23rd. My question related to actions of the previous government, and I want to stress this. This issue primarily rests with actions taken by the previous government, where multitudes of British Columbians, First Nations, and conservation groups are looking to the new government to correct a wrong, to right an injustice. What I asked about was that in the dying days of the federal election campaign, the previous government, in fact, in the last 2 weeks of September of 2015, 14 federal permits were issued for destruction of riparian zones along the Peace River in pursuit of a British Columbia project referred to as Site C, a massive hydroelectric project which will flood some of the best farmland in British Columbia, which offends treaty rights, but I'll give you more specifics about Site C later. In the last 2 weeks of September 2015, the Minister of Fisheries under the previous government and the Minister of Transportation under the previous government issued 14 permits, some under the Fisheries Act, some under the Navigable Waters Protection Act, to allow construction activities to begin. Further backing up to actions of the previous government, this project, Site C, went through an environmental review, and the findings of the joint federal-provincial advisory panel were very damning, no pun intended. The joint federal-provincial review found that this project would probably cause economic losses to British Columbians. It found that the proponent had not adequately considered alternatives. They found that the proponent fell short of proving any need for the project. They also found that this project would cause permanent damage to the environment, including, quote, probable extirpation of 3 species, and further unbalanced species diversity in the river through the ascendancy of various introduced species into the reservoir, would act cumulatively to affect fish throughout remaining previously undammed sections of the river. In other words, it would result in, quote, significant adverse cumulative effects on fish. The panel review also found that this project would cause a net loss of habitat, profound change in the type of character of remaining habitat during construction and operations that, quote, would be probable, negative, large, irreversible, and permanent, so long as the Site C dam remained. And in relation to First Nations rights, which was the main point of my question, in relation to First Nations rights, the panel review found that the First Nations peoples of this area, a number of communities within the Treaty 8 First Nations, specifically the Halfway River, Dog River, Prophet River, West Moberly First Nations, jointly within Treaty 8 protections, would suffer permanent losses of cultural rights and treaty rights. Against this backdrop, the previous cabinet met and decided the economic benefits of this project, which I repeat were not found by the panel review, outweighed the permanent environmental damage and permanent damage to treaty rights. Now, this matter remains before the courts. My question was to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs. The treaties were issued by the Minister of Fisheries and Transportation, and further permits from these ministries will be needed for the project to continue. My question to the Minister was, will this new government honor its commitments to First Nations and not issue a single additional permit?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to address the issue and the question raised by the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands regarding Site C, and I appreciate the passion with which she speaks of this matter. During and subsequent to the recent election campaign, we on this side of the House have clearly stated that we are committed to working collaboratively with Canada's Indigenous peoples to achieve results that will be beneficial for all Canadians. As you know, a key focus of Budget 2016 was on investments related to ensuring that Indigenous peoples have similar opportunities and prospects for the future as all Canadians. Our government is committed to building a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous people that is based on the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. Our government has also made it a priority to review Canada's environmental assessment processes with the goal of developing and implementing a federal process that is robust, based on science, protects our rich natural environment, respects the rights of Indigenous peoples, and supports and provides certainty for our natural resources sector. This review, which will be launched later this year, will be conducted in close consultation with Indigenous groups. One of its aims will be to enhance consultation, engagement, and the participatory capacity of Indigenous peoples in the review of major projects. With respect to the specific matter of Site C, as the member opposite is aware, the matter is presently before the courts, and as such, it would be inappropriate to comment in great detail. What I can say in answer to the honourable member's question, Mr. Speaker, are a few comments as to how we got here. In the fall of 2014, the former government approved the project and set legally binding conditions with which the proponent must comply. Permits were issued in the fall of 2015, and the project is now in the construction phase. The project proponent, BC Hydro, is required to meet the conditions that were set out in the decision statement. Environment and Climate Change Canada is actively verifying compliance with the conditions. Going forward, we will continue to engage in discussions with Indigenous leaders on how we can work together on issues related to consultation, environmental protection, and natural resource development. Consistent with this commitment, the Minister met recently with Chiefs Roland Wilson and Lynette Suzoka of the West Moberly and Prophet River First Nations to discuss their concerns on the Site C project. During that meeting, she heard their suggestions and their concerns. In closing, I want to reiterate to the House that this government takes environmental assessment matters very seriously. In addition, we are firmly committed to renewed nation-to-nation relationships with Indigenous peoples based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I want to thank my friend, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Environment. I do believe that with no offence to my colleague, that the wrong department has responded. My question is specifically in relation to Indigenous issues. And it is very clear that the ongoing construction is an ongoing daily violation of treaty rights, which the new Liberal government has sworn to uphold, as the honourable member says, on a nation-to-nation basis. This project underwent a robust, evidence-based environmental review because it was reviewed under the legislation that pre-existed the Omnibus Budget Bill C-38 that wrecked our environmental assessment process, and within which the current government finds itself trying to jerry-rig bad processes. This was a fair process, a fair federal-provincial review that said this will cause irrevocable damage. And the Cabinet overturned good advice. This Cabinet can overturn that bad advice and stop the project and respect First Nations rights.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I've outlined some of the key background elements of this project, including those that occurred before our government came to power. But as this matter is before the courts, it would be inappropriate for me to comment further on the specific case. I would, however, say, Mr. Speaker, that our government is fully committed to renewing nation-to-nation relationships with Canada's Indigenous peoples. The Crown will execute its consultation and accommodation obligations in accordance with its common constitutional and international human rights obligations, including Aboriginal and treaty rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to rise here today. With regards to a question I asked in the House of Commons here on February 25th with regards to oil and gas prices and really the need to have some expansion with regards to authority and accountability on this file. We noted that in January, oil and gas prices rose by 2% in January, the highest rate increase in more than 2 years. And even the Bank of Canada has noted that falling oil prices have not been matched by lower prices at the pump. And the government, we asked to investigate this because we believe an ombudsman and a petroleum monitoring agency are two suggestions that we put forth. And I was pleased to hear the minister's response in the sense that they're looking to work together for solutions and are open to suggestions. Well, in this House of Commons, we have made numerous suggestions over the years. In fact, I wanted to bring them here today about this particular file, whether it be Liberals or Conservatives, but I was concerned about the carbon footprint of the truck that would be necessary for those documents that have actually been accumulating over the years. And the fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is what we have is a really good opportunity to do something, and I'm hoping that this government returns to where they were at one particular point in time. At one point in time, this government, in the previous manifestation, was interested in this issue and actually had adopted some policies that were very important and very good that were then later on nixed by the Conservatives that never got into place. And what I'm talking in particular, Mr. Speaker, is I have a Canadian Weekly Petroleum Status Report that would go to the Petroleum Monitoring or the Ombudsperson, whatever you want to call it, and it was done as a third party. And this is very similar, done by the U.S. Department of Energy's Weekly Petroleum Status Report. So every week, there would then be the publishing of this report, which creates accountability. And if there's a problem with it, there would be then some accountability to follow up. And this would also go in line with pushing back against some of the privatization that we've had and the potential lines of conflict that are out there, because right now we have Kent Marketing and MJ Irvin and Associates who actually do some of this reporting, but also clients include big oil. So the reporting is done by basically a connection in the industry. It's kind of like the safety management system where you have to self-report your errors, and that is not acceptable for consumers, Mr. Speaker, because it doesn't allow for accountability. So when we have these big swings that go up, consumers pay for it at the end of the day, and we don't see the benefits. And so even if prices are going down, Mr. Speaker, in a relatively day or something within a week or sometimes later on, the profit margins can still increase. And that's the problem. There's no accountability, Mr. Speaker. And that accountability became done with an ombudsperson, and an ombudsperson having that authority and that third-party independence is very, very, very important to the process. So, Mr. Speaker, that is just one of the simple solutions that we are proposing. This is done in the United States and adds for a layer of accountability that we don't have right now. So the self-policing model for gas pricing is over. It's done for. We now have an opportunity that we did have in the past that never got up and running properly because the Conservatives actually nixed that idea that came from a Liberal member from over on that side, former Liberal member, who's known as one of the country's best experts on this subject matter, if not the best expert on this subject matter. So I'd encourage the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary to take us up on these suggestions, which have been tabled in motions in the House of Commons multiple times, to do something for Canadians in their pocketbooks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to respond to the comments made by the member for Windsor West, who's a very experienced gentleman, and I've had the pleasure to get to know him better at the Industry Committee, and I appreciate his advice and his observations especially. So I know that the member asked the government to create a gas price ombudsman and establish an oversight body for the oil sector. I'll begin by saying that the government recognizes that gas prices have a significant and real impact on Canada's economy, on the people, and on Canadian business. We are determined that prices demanded of consumers be the result of a competitive and fair market. The honourable member is right to say that the government has a role to play to prevent price fixing and collusion. We are very sensitive to the demands of the honourable member. This role is that of the Competition Bureau, the organization charged with applying the Competition Act, which contains provisions against price fixing, maintaining prices, and abusive behavior by dominant industry or companies. All these provisions apply to the entire oil industry, including gasoline. However, the legislation does not give the Competition Bureau the authority to regulate prices. The federal government does not have the power under our Constitution to legislate on retail prices of gasoline, except in the case of a national emergency. Mr. Speaker, we know that gasoline prices can vary from one place to another because of a number of factors. It's important to point out that even if retailers can demand similar prices, that does not necessarily constitute an offense under the Competition Act. High prices in and of themselves are not an offense under the Act. There has to be evidence that competitors have agreed to price fixing. The Competition Bureau's mandate is to apply the legislation to ensure competition, and if there's evidence of anti-competitive conduct in any given sector, it will not hesitate to take necessary action. We saw this last April when a company was fined $1 million by the Quebec Superior Court for having engaged in gasoline price fixing in many Quebec markets. This case was part of an investigation by the Bureau, which led to charges against 30,000 individuals and 15 corporations. To date, 33 individuals and 7 corporations pled guilty. The fines imposed exceeded $4 million. 6 individuals were sentenced to jail for a total of 54 months. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, companies that collude to fix prices create problems for law-abiding corporations. When the Competition Bureau has evidence that practices contravene the Act, it does not hesitate to take action to protect competition and consumers. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention by the parliamentary secretary, and I have enjoyed getting to know him on committee. But I think that it's important to put perspective here with regards to the Competition Bureau and what's been taking place. Their resources have been gutted. They're limited in their actions and capabilities. It's kind of like asking somebody to go after an elephant with a fly swatter. It's that type of analogy that really is at the end of the day, because yes, there has been a couple incidents that actually have gone forward, but those are the rarity. Over the last number of years, in fact 2 decades, there's only been a few cases in this perspective. So I would argue that there is nothing wrong, at least at the bare minimum, the government require, maybe reporting to the Minister of Industry even, the rack pricing and the individual amounts that have to go and the weekly reporting that's done with the U.S. If we're looking at some of our harmonization we're taking in industry, why not do it for consumers on this issue?
L'honorable secrétaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Mr. Speaker, the problem with these late show debates is we don't have enough time to go into depth in our knowledge of these files. The honourable member is raising very important points. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that I know the former Liberal member, Mr. McTague, I can say his name because he's no longer a member. He was an expert who's recognized across Canada on this issue. We have a system that exists now through the Competition Bureau. There have been results through the Competition Bureau. Perhaps we can do better, Mr. Speaker. That's something we have to look at. How could we change or amend the legislation to be more sensitive to the concerns raised by the member? But for the moment, Mr. Speaker, we have a system. It works in the current framework, and if we can improve it, I'm prepared to work with the honourable member to achieve that objective. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member?
Victoria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On February 25th, the member for Scarborough Southwest and the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice answered a question of mine where I pointed out what I thought was confusion that Canadians were experiencing about the status of the government's policy on marijuana reform. And I want to point out his answer to my question. He said, quote, "We want to remind all Canadians that until that important work is completed, the only control that's in place is the current criminal sanctions for the production and trafficking of marijuana, and those laws remain in effect," close quote. Of course, the member is an expert on this topic, so we know it was a slip of his tongue when he forgot that the word possession should have been included amongst the remaining criminal sanctions for marijuana. I acknowledge that. But, Mr. Speaker, it's time for the government to stop denying that there is indeed confusion amongst Canadians about the current legal status of marijuana and about the government's intentions. The Parliamentary Secretary and I sit together in the Justice Committee. In that committee, we've also learned that the government may spend, Mr. Speaker, up to $4 million this year alone prosecuting simple possession cases. Who knows how much more the provinces, who of course are responsible for the administration of justice and pay Crown Counsel and have courtrooms available with judges and the like, how much they're spending for prosecuting possession of marijuana. And what needs to be said is they're spending this money despite the government's promise to legalize marijuana and despite what we hear is a growing concern from judges regarding the continued prosecutions for marijuana. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we've obtained from the Director of Public Prosecutions the recent case of Regina and Racine from the Ontario Court of Justice, in which the Honourable Justice Selkirk refused to accept a guilty plea for possession of marijuana. This is the court transcript of what Mr. Justice Sinclair's remarks were in February 2015, and I quote, "I recall distinctly the Prime Minister in the House of Commons saying it's going to be legalized. I'm not going to be the last judge in this country to convict somebody for simple possession of marijuana. You can't have the Prime Minister announcing it's going to be legalized and then stand up and prosecute. It just can't happen. It's ludicrous situation. Ludicrous." Close quote. That's not me speaking. That's a justice of the Ontario Court of Justice. By all means, Mr. Speaker, the government must take the time to craft a responsible framework for legalization, but don't ask ordinary Canadians to keep paying the price. So my question is a simple one. Why does the government refuse to take the common sense step of immediately decriminalizing simple possession of marijuana?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I also express my gratitude to the member opposite from Victoria, both for his question but also for his ongoing interest. We have worked closely together over the past several months, and I'm really looking forward to his continued contribution, advice, and assistance as we move forward on this very important issue of public policy, which I truly believe, when done effectively and right, will result in safer communities, a better protection for our children, and a more just society. I'm also very pleased to have the opportunity to attempt to bring more clarity to the government's position. Now, if I may begin with respect to the comments just quoted from Justice Selkirk, who said that the Prime Minister rose in Parliament, and perhaps he was alluding to the throne speech, in which the Prime Minister said that we were going to, and if I may provide the entire quote, legalize, regulate, and restrict marijuana. And I think if the judge recognized the entire quote and a clear articulation of the government's intention, he'd have a better understanding of the path forward. It is this government's intention to replace the existing criminal sanction with what we believe to be a far more effective regulatory regime, a public health framework for responding to the risks associated to the use and abuse of marijuana. We believe that through regulation we can do a better job of protecting our children. We can do a better job of taking the profits away from organized crime. We can do a better job of making our communities safer from the violence and victimization associated to organized crime's involvement in the illegal trade of marijuana. And we believe that we can do a better job of providing real information, factual information to Canadians about the very real risks that marijuana use presents to them, and through public education we can help keep Canadians safer and healthier. And while that work takes place, it's important that it be done right. It's important that it be based on the evidence and the best advice that we can obtain from experts, so that we're given an opportunity to examine other places around the world that have followed down this path, that we can learn from their experience, and we can do the right job of ensuring that the regulatory regime that we put in place allows us to effectively control and regulate the production, distribution, retail, and consumption of marijuana in this country to affect our very important public interest purposes of keeping our kids safe, our communities safe, and all Canadians healthy. The control that currently exists for marijuana in this country is the criminal law. It has been that way since the 1920s. We believe that it can be done better, but until that regulatory framework is put in place, we have to rely on the existing criminal model to proceed. There is within that criminal law discretion for police officers, discretion for the prosecutors, and discretion for the judiciary. We acknowledge and respect that. But the law is also required to help keep our communities safe. And we see, in some instances, flagrant abuses of that law. And so we remind all Canadians, the law has to be upheld, the law should be obeyed, and it should be enforced. And until we replace the existing criminal law with a more effective regulatory regime, I believe it is necessary and appropriate that we continue to uphold the laws that have been passed by this Parliament and deemed to be constitutional by our courts.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary very much for his kind words, and I definitely wish to continue to collaborate with him in trying to get, as he put it, the best regulatory framework for the future of cannabis use in Canada that we can. And I want to make that clear, and I welcome his leadership on this file. But, Mr. Speaker, I return to my point. I respectfully disagree with my friend opposite. There is confusion that persists as the government does its necessary work to create safer communities and to do the things my colleague referred to. And I just don't understand why young people would still be prosecuted, have their lives impacted dramatically for who knows how long, for what will apparently be legal shortly thereafter. It seems to me we need to address the status quo now while waiting for effective reform regulation in the future.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank the further inquiry and welcome the further inquiry from my friend from Victoria. I would just say a number of things in response to that, if I may. The enforcement of the current law is really determined through judicial discretion, and our expectation is that law enforcement, prosecutors, and our courts will continue to uphold our laws to maintain a safe environment. Now, earlier, the member from Victoria suggested that we could have an interim step of decriminalization, and if I may, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to address that particular suggestion. Now, the Centre of Addiction and Mental Health, in their review and their recommendations for a public health framework, clearly identified and stated, and I'll try to quote them as accurately as possible, that decriminalization is a half measure. It's a half measure that does nothing to address the social harms that we are attempting to effect with a regulatory framework. It does nothing to protect our children. It does nothing to reduce organized crime's involvement in this. It does nothing to improve Canadians' health. What it does do is it facilitates easier enforcement. And so the decriminalization would likely...
La motion portant que la Chambre...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.